Create a new banner. This is a jump doc alert. NBA. I'm numb to this commentary. Like, must they run their mouths like that? Unfortunately, a lot of kids and some adults take these ignorant comments seriously. Look, there might be a cautionary lesson in LeBron for kids. This is what happens when you attempt to leave high school a year early to join the NBA. And it's always unwise to seek political advice from someone who gets paid $100 million a year to bounce a ball. Oh, and LeBron and Kevin, you're great players, but no one voted for you. Millions elected Trump to be their coach. So keep the political commentary to yourself, or as someone once said, shut up and dribble.
Black people didn't create these games, nor did they create the symbolism. The symbolism comes out of the brain computers of people who classify themselves as white and their struggle for survival on a planet where their genetic material is recessive compared to Black genetic material, which is dominant. And the whole idea that, you can say that the game of football, like all the other ball games in a system of racism and white supremacy, they have Black players in some of the games, but the games are basically controlled by people who classify themselves as white. And so that the brown ball is, first of all, it's larger than the white balls, but it has to be the right large size and it cannot be underinflated. In my view, it's just fascinating. Speaking to the real fundamental issues that reside in the system of racism and white supremacy, which I say is a system for white genetic survival and a system to prevent white genetic annihilation on planet Earth. So the white quarterback wants to have or needs to be seen as having a large brown ball testicle that he is in control of as that ball goes sailing through some white upright legs that are called goalposts, with white cheerleaders and white girls dancing on the side and a predominantly white male audience looking on in a position of being voyeurs. So in my view, it's fast.
I guess. Nothing to talk about. How do you feel, champ? I don't run for
What do you see your own place very clearly as in like say take Patterson as an example, or
what Dean Norway like me.
The other Black athletes like them who in their time have had. What do you think about the other Black athletes like them who in their time have had influence or would have been in a position to have influenced people, their own people and this sort of thing, about their attitude, which is certainly slightly less moderate than yours, or slightly more moderate rather than yours?
Well, they go down in history just been athletes. They don't. I'm giving more praise and credit for what I'm just doing now on this show than coming here and beating 5-year-old English champions.
Oh, at the same time.
Because right now, Black people, when you show this show, are home jumping, home shouting, because they don't have the nerve to say what I'm saying, and nobody has never said it, and they're just so happy to see a Black man who will stand up and jeopardize every court he's got to tell the truth. So, like Floyd Patterson and other fighters, they just don't take part. They make $1 million. They get them a Rolls Royce. They get them a nice home. They get them a white wife. Well, I made it. America's great. And the rest of them catching hell, and he won't say nothing. But when one man of popularity can let the world know the problem, he might lose a few dollars himself telling the truth, might lose his life. But he's helping millions. But if I kept my mouth shut just because I can make millions, and then this ain't doing nothing. So I just love the freedom and the flesh and blood of my people more so than I do the money. You can take it sure and play it right in Washington. Let Nixon hear it. Right? And I'll be happy. See, so I'm not ducking and running from nothing. And this boldness and telling the truth makes them just overshadow sports greatly. You couldn't get Joe Frazier.
You know, when white people start talking about you're special, you're so different. You're not like the others. You start believing that shit until the cops pull you over. You go, well, I was special. Yeah, nigga, just put your head down and keep it. I'll put a special bullet in your ass. just don't want to get too comfortable. Brothers can't afford to get too comfortable, you know, because that's when you become the pawn. That's when they use you as. Anytime white people want to smooth some shit over, they go get that rich nigga and put you on TV to represent the people, you know. You have you asking you questions like, Damon, now that you made this $13 million, and we're not counting, now that you made all this money, let me ask you this. Let me just throw this out at you. You respond any way you want. Is there racism in America? You be sitting there thinking about that paycheck, talking about, no, sir. If in there is, I ain't seen none.
Well, all right. Yeah. You know, ever since I turned pro in 1989, when I signed the dotted line, it was strange. Those things changed for the better and for the worse. So I called my mama and she said, baby, must be the money. Yeah. Must be the money. It's got to be, because I got people going through my friends, people I never knew, people I never thought about associating. I don't know what it is. Talk to me. Check it out. Diamond relax when gators on my feet. I get some pepper every day upon me. My hair is done, my fingernails too. 6 buttons down and I don't know what to do. Must be the one. Must be the money. Turning down, must be the money. Must be the money. You know I can't go wrong. Must be the money. Must be the money. I keep looking cold. Must be the money. Must be the money. Got me rolling on the straw.
What is good, my people? We are live back again with another live broadcast on the forecast. And we definitely had to come on today. Shouts out to my brother Bakari. Shouts out to you, Erica. I'm glad you're here. What's up, Erica? And listen, man, this is a conversation that's been that I've been talking about on and off for a while, you know. And maybe we should actually take our lessons from, you know what I'm saying, the L's that we taken, you know what I'm saying, here today. Because Bakari, we gotta take our L's. You led me and Erica astray, you know what I'm saying? It's cool though, you know what I'm saying? I ain't mad that we followed you, but we might gotta talk about, you know what I'm saying, if Bakari is allowed to talk about sports, you know what I'm saying? He's been taking a lot of L's in sports this year. It wasn't a good year for Bakari in sports, you know what I'm saying? And so, you know, we're going to have to address this. And then all of us, we're going to have to address the main question that a lot of us is running from, you know what I'm saying? Is this beneficial to us to continue to be slaves? You know what I'm saying? Is it beneficial to us to, you know, play their games, you know what I'm saying, while we go out there, play games and they control us and stuff like that, you know what I'm saying? So these are questions that we got to ask. Do we really feel comfortable still watching and supporting this thing that's out here, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not gonna act like, you know, I want to just go back to watching basketball and football like everybody else, but like, yo, if I gotta be uncomfortable, we all gotta be uncomfortable. So, you know what I'm saying? But you know, I know my brother Bakari, I'm hurt too, you know what I'm saying, about this whole Deion Sanders thing. I'm not gonna lie, you know what I'm saying? We gotta take our L today, you know what I'm saying? And you know, so I want to, you know what I'm saying, talk about that. Now, I know Bakari, I'll wait for Bakari to come on here, you know what I'm saying, so we can go on. Because I want to show you, because I'm going to start with Deion. I want to show y'all, like, you know what I'm saying, how he addressed his team, what he was saying. And I want to see how y'all feel about this. All right, hold up. Yo, what up, bro? How you doing? Glad you're here. Yeah, my brother Bakari, I had to get it because and if anything mess up, you know what I'm saying, while I'm showing, I don't know, stream y'all been going kind of crazy, you know what I'm saying. You want to hear Into Our Demilla? I know you had to bring out Into Our Demilla tonight, my brother.
Hey, forecast.
What up, yo? What up?
Oh, hold on. Okay, I had my YouTube. I was like wondering what was going on. Hey, before you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, bro.
Hey, before we get started, we talking about black athletes and coons, right? Let my people hear this right quick, okay? Not this right here. Let's just hear it. Then I'm going. They called me a coon the other day, and people think that's a bad term. That's the guys on front of the country. If you know anything about coon, you're one of the smartest animals out there. Before leaving. Did y'all hear that?
Now say it
Did
one more
y'all hear
time. Do it one more time.
Oh, you know, right? Y'all didn't hear it. Okay, hold on. I know how to. Let me make sure y'all can hear this right quick. Hold on, man. That was funny to me. Give me 1 second. I'll find it another way. But what's up, everybody? How y'all doing? You know, we got to bang on the goddamn beast. And I hate to say it right now. Our people is the goddamn beast. I'm gonna play it this way.
Bluetooth pairing.
Let me play it.
Bluetooth connected.
I want y'all to hear this right here. Before you go to calling just people coon nearly forecast, you got
I
to
ain't
hear this
calling
forecast because you can't just be
we gotta ask some serious questions tonight,
I want y'all to listen. Listen. This is one of Erica Howard's favorite people right here. This is one of her favorite people. Coon the other day, and people think that's a bad term. That's the guys on front of the country. If you know anything about a coon, you're one of the smartest animals out there. Before leaving. You need to hear it again?
Nah, I heard it that time. I heard it.
Let me play a show out here. Erica Howard's like, one of her heroes. Coon the other day, and people think that's a bad term. That's a guy out the country. If you know anything about a coon, you one of the animals out there. Before leaving. Oh, so if y'all know anything about a coon, they one of the smartest animals out there. One of the smartest animals out there. And they are, what's going on, Queen Raw? And they are so smart that you can trick them with a shiny object. Now go ahead and get into what you was gonna say, forecast, and I'm gonna come back to that later when I get ready to speak. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know. You can lay the groundwork for trying to lead me and Erica astray here, but that's all right, Bakari. Because we gotta talk about your overall, you know what I'm saying, sports. If you should be able to talk about sports again, you know what I'm saying. I'm not sure. Maybe you should take a year off or something, you know what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, Bakari. You know, because with this, you know, I get what you're trying to say, Bakari, but you know, we gotta take this L tonight, my brother. Because the question is, and I'm gonna ask you now, Bakari. Oh, was we the coons after all?
Well, coon is one of the smartest animals out there. That's all but no, I was not a coon, but they're one of the smartest animals out there. No, I would not say no, we were not a coon. We fell for the hype. We were more like a fish, right? We were more like a fish. They put some bait on the hook and we didn't see the hook, we only saw the food. So we jumped on the hook. We wasn't a coon, we were more like a fish.
All right, last question. I'm gonna ask you this at the end before you leave. When it comes to sports, you see what I'm saying? Is you ready to take a break now and you know what I'm saying, focus on what we got to do instead of playing games? You know what I'm saying? Like, you see what I was trying to say about all of the sports that we talk about?
Talking about watching sports. Yeah, I've been understood what people was talking about. That's why I don't watch many sports. I don't watch much basketball. I stopped doing all that shit when Mahmoud Abdul Rauf went through what he went through. But I do have, if I tell you I would have a player that I like, but to sit down and watch a full game, to sit down and say, oh, I'm gonna take my whole day out like I used to and watch a game, man, I've been stopped doing that.
All right, Bakari, because I want you to get on, because I want to play back what we was just saying a couple months ago when we get caught. Because we gotta answer the question if we was the coons, Bakari, and I don't know if you're gonna like the answer. You know what I'm saying?
I just
So,
told you, I was a fish. I was a fish. They put some bait on. They put some bait on the hook, and I got the hook. I didn't see that. I got the worm. I got the bait, the cricket, the worm. I got the little minnow.
that's still
I
a
ain't see
question.
the hook.
All right, so let's start from this is what he told his team. So you know what I'm saying. So Bakari, this is us in the locker room getting the news. You know what I'm saying, that all of our hype man stuff. You know what I'm saying, that you got us caught into, and then this is the information we're gonna get.
I know y'all been hearing the rumors and everything that's been transparent around about my whereabouts and what I'm going to do. And I like y'all to hear it from me and not from anyone else. It is what it is. Either in coaching, you get elevated or you get terminated. Ain't no other way.
What you mean, Dion?
Elevated or terminated. And it ain't no graveyard for coaches where they die.
Wait, hold on. They didn't fire Dion, Bakari?
Hey, pause it right there, right quick.
Mm-hmm.
Pause it right quick. Did you hear what he just told him?
Hey, Bakari.
Did you hear what he just told them young men? He said it.
Hey, Bakari, you might got to
Yeah.
get on your phone, yo. There's a delay and you in and out again.
Huh? Oh man, it was a delay last. I did on my phone last night, but all right, let me set it up quick.
All right.
My phone I'm gonna need charging in a whole minute. All right, go ahead. Go ahead and play it then.
All right.
At the place. It don't work like that.
Yo, let me know when you on there.
They're either gonna run you off or you gonna walk off upon your own recognizance. I've chosen to accept the job elsewhere next year. I'm gonna finish what we started. We're gonna dominate. I'm gonna be here to that end and that conclusion. And then when that conclusion.
Recordings.
Man, so yeah, he didn't get fired. He said he's taking another job.
I'm backstage.
All right. Yo, Bakari?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, that's a lot better, yo.
Hey, so check this out, right? He said it is what it is, but listen to the whole thing, right? Just go back, because I was going through, because I got a couple things I want to touch on. If you don't mind, are you going to play the whole thing? If you're going to play the whole thing, go ahead and play the whole thing. Then I'll come in.
Nah, I just wanted to play a couple parts. Cause I'm not going to play any of these whole things except for this real short thing so we can get through it and it don't be super long.
Okay, rewind it a little bit.
All right.
Terminated. Ain't no other way.
You either move up or you get terminated. So I'm right now, I'm like, did Dion get fired? What's going on? I know he wouldn't leave us. Not after Bakari.
So go back a little bit. Go back a little bit, because I want to talk about that too.
This was the beginning. This was it.
It is what it is. Either
right there
in coaching, you get elevated or you get terminated.
Right there, folk. When he said is what it is, in coaching, you get elevated or you get terminated. Right there, that's him trying to act gangster. But he letting them kids know it is what it is. This is what I wanted to do. You're gonna get elevated or you get terminated. So taking the white man's trash for this dude is elevation. You feel me? That's elevation. We went through that record. I'll go through it again. Matter of fact, if you want me to, I'll pull it and send it to you so you can show the record. So when I say that they're trash, that people understand what I mean instead of calling it out, you can show it to them. Now, that's elevation to him. See, building up black people and what we got to do, that's work. He won't prepare for that. God, he's doing God work right there. Go ahead. You can play. Go ahead. I'll tell you when to stop again. Go ahead.
Okay.
Either elevated or terminated.
Mm.
And it ain't no graveyard for coaches where they die at the place. It don't work like that. They either gonna run you off or you gonna walk off.
And it been coaches at places for like 20 years and stuff like that.
Exactly.
All right.
Upon your own recognizance. I've chosen to accept the job elsewhere next year. I'm going to finish what we started. We're going to dominate. I'm going to be here to that end and that conclusion. And then when that conclusion, we will move on. Now, what I don't want you to do is thinking something is better on the other side in regards to some of you. I would like to have the
Here we go.
opportunity to meet with some of you so you don't go and jump in the portal and you die in the portal.
If you go out there and say something, it's going to be a problem.
I don't want that to happen because some of y'all.
Pause right quick. Pause. This MNF just said, I don't want y'all to run and jump and think something is better on the other side. Ain't that what the hell he just did? Ain't that what he just did? Ain't that what he just did? Did you hear when he told him that?
I heard it.
I don't want y'all to go get in this transfer portal thinking something is better on the other side. But that's what the hell he just did. See, I'm better than y'all. Me and my son Shadur, we're better than y'all. So we can think something better on the other side and we can go because we better than y'all. You know, there's a whole lot of ways them young men could have took that. Go ahead.
Yo, but he did bring that sweet JSU tuxedo that time. You remember?
Yep. But I'm gonna tell you something else. I got to pull this and send it to you. I want people to understand Jackson State, but not just Jackson State. If you go through the last 10 years before Deion Sanders was ever thought about, while he was crying and begging because white folks didn't want him, right? 5 of the top 10 schools for as support as far as attendance, 5 of the top 10 were HBCUs. So please don't think, did they get more when he came? I won't lie and say they didn't. But don't think they did not support HBCUs before he came there. Don't think that, because they did. He want to make it about him. Now, he'll sell out. But you know they say Coon's some of the smartest people out there. Go ahead.
That's what you say, Bukhari. But because I want you to hit the part where he was talking about if you sit out, if you choose to sit out, I want you to hear that part too. This was this video.
Simplistic like that, and it's not. That portal will be loaded on, is it Monday, fella? Yeah. Monday.
You already said don't say nothing.
Be loaded, and they're gonna call and they're gonna ask, because that's what we've done for some of y'all when we were trying to acquire y'all. We called and we asked your coaches, anyone we knew, what kind of character, what is it? And I don't want you thinking, since you have the Jackson State.
You can come on up here to Virginia Union University, you know what I'm saying, one of the best programs, you know what I'm saying, in America, you know what I'm saying. You don't got to go to Jackson State either, by the way. You know what I'm saying? You feel me, Bukhari?
Yeah, go to Virginia. I'm for all HBCUs.
I know.
I'm for all HBCUs.
I'm just messing with you. I know that's your team. I'm just messing with you. All right.
Well, you know what? That wasn't even my team, man. I started pulling for him because my son went there. Alcorn State was my team.
Okay. Yeah, I know you was like your son go there. I thought that was your team.
No, that's why they became my team. I tried to get my son to transfer to Alcorn State for academia.
Right.
But he loved Jackson State.
All right. Let me play it because he gonna say a couple things. Okay. You see, we got
awards on you that people are just gonna flock to you. that's mine. I would love for someone in-house, because I don't really, just clap it up, TC. Hope that's not his sole decision. I would not be here to one for this man. With all you have no voice on comment, don't second guess of my hearing ability. I know God, and I know when he shifts, and I know when he moves, and I know how he gets down with me. I always
He was on the main line.
Player, how can you be so dominant and have to play for 5 football teams?
So, all right, he gonna give his testimony.
As experts in online.
Oh man, Jesus was on the main line and told him,
Other than a candidate like many of detractors, I guess they don't understand.
There we go.
That many
You talking about you?
But that's a problem if someone don't step up and step provoke change in different places. They know how he gets down with me. I always question things when I was a player. How can you be so dominant and have to play when he's taking you from faith to faith, from glory to glory, and allowing you to provoke change in different places? That's why he would allow me to play for 5 darn football teams and 4 baseball teams, because it doesn't supposed to happen like that. But I understand the calling that he has on my life. And I feel like
here we go.
I got to do something about it. It's been 4 or more African-American head coaches at the next level that has been terminated. I haven't heard not one other than a candidate like myself to replace them. So to me, that's a problem that many don't think about, but that's a problem. If someone don't step up and step out and hold it down for us, there's a problem. And many of detractors, I guess they don't understand college football consists of 70% African-American. I don't care where you at. It just
black people everywhere, Bakari.
Happens to be more at a HBCU, but it's not like I'm not gonna
have to be 99%
African American men and women alike.
Let me run that back. I'm sorry. He's still gonna be talking to black people.
African American men and women at a HBCU, but it's not like I'm not gonna speak into the lives of young African American men and women alike, because my challenge is still to provoke change no matter where I am. And I'm gonna be me. I'm 55 and I don't plan on changing no time soon.
So you heard him, Bakari. Now it's a white school and it ain't no black coaches up there. So, you know what I'm saying? I gotta leave this black school with all the opportunities so that we can make more opportunities to integrate their stuff. You know what I'm saying? So it may be, you know what I'm saying, righteous. What you think?
See, I know God, right? And God's sending me here to do this. I'm still gonna be talking to some African Americans. Just a bunch of bullshit. You understand? Let me show you something, right? What he did was he took. See, it's this coach. If you look up the coach, well, anyway, he took the place of a black coach at the University of Colorado, who was a 2-time Pac-12 Coach of the Year, even won the conference one time there, right? At UCLA, right? He even won that conference at UCLA. Now, this man was a 2-time Coach of the Year in that conference, proven. They gave him 2.5 years. And what they did was they got a coon. I know coon, one of the smartest animals out there. A lot of people don't know that. But they got a Mobutu to say, I'll be more than happy to remove that black man. Don't care. He done had 2.5 bad years, right? With all the stuff he been through, with the good seasons he had. Y'all gave him 2.5 seasons. So I will take his place. When he say ain't no more black coaches, it's because he's willing to remove a black person. Now they gave him 2.5 years, them the same amount of years Dion, because he ain't Coach Prime, he Dion. That's the same amount of years he gonna have when that contract up or when his son is gone. You know, that's it. He wanted Auburn. Auburn didn't want him. See, they did him just like they do every other black coach. We gonna give you the bottom of the barrel school. If you worth a damn, take our trash and make our trash decent. Like they did Sylvester Croom sending him to Mississippi State. Like they did, God damn it, I can't think of the coach's name now, but went to Vanderbilt. Now at Penn State. Then they got another black coach to replace him. Once again, Vanderbilt is the trash. Just like they did Turner Gill when they sent him to Kansas University, the Jayhawks. You can name them time and time and time again. The script does not change. Just like they did Lovett Smith, who used to coach the Chicago Bears, took them to the Super Bowl. The script don't change. University of Illinois, bottom of the barrel. Just like they did Herm Edwards. I can go on and on and on. This script, they script don't change. But I know the coon, according to Herschel, according to Erica Howard's hero, Herschel Walker, a coon is one of the smartest animals out there. I know according to Herschel, a coon is one of the smartest animals out there. But you can always get a coon to do coon things. And that's what he's doing to Mobutu. That's all he is, a Mobutu. I'm doing this for my people. He the one. Didn't nobody ask him to get up there and give those goddamn speeches talking about how he gonna lift black, how he about to lift HBCUs up and put it on the next level. How in 4 years, with him being there in 4 or 5 years, they gonna be ready to beat, not just play. They gonna be ready to beat them type of schools he going to right now. Well, they probably can beat Colorado right now, but they gonna be able to beat some of those schools. Nobody told him to get up there and get them damn speeches. God sent him there for his people. That's what he said when he was taking the job. God sent him there for his people.
Yeah, well, now God telling them to go to the white people.
We see. Or I'm gonna tell you something I told my brother-in-law. My brother-in-law a preacher. We were talking, and everybody talking about it. I listen to people be talking about God say this and God say that. Don't nobody get lied on more than God. Whatever God they talking about, don't nobody get lied on more than God. Because they know if they say God, black people gonna roll with it. Black people gonna roll with it. Nobody told him to get up there and say that shit he was saying. He's a damn Mobutu. So you know who we got to support? Tamika Reed, Eddie Robinson Jr. Alabama State, Eddie George at Tennessee State. HBCUs was before Deion. They gonna be after Deion. HB Jackson State even got more Hall of Famers, Hall of Fame NFL players than damn Colorado. But he telling his players, don't think stuff better on the other side. But that what this Mobutu just went and did.
All right, hold on, Bakari, because it's still more. There's still more. We got to get through. We got to get through all of this stuff. And some of it is quick, but there's more stuff than this. I want you to hear one part though, so we're gonna skip to that.
Made me like this and that the other day, and just seeing everybody included, documentary team as well. This ain't easy, and it's not about a bag. I've been making money a long time, and I ain't nowhere near broke. So it's not about a bag, but it is about an opportunity. So I always felt like if you dominate your opportunity and you treat people right, the bag is gonna always come. I never chased the bag. A bag has always chased me because I've always tried to make the right decisions and do the right thing regarding people, regarding decisions, regarding life. It hadn't been too many times where I was meant.
All right, hold on. There's one more part, Bakari, that I want you to hear too.
To stay right, and I took a left. Maybe a couple of marriages I take. Whether it's 11 or 22, we do.
Oh yeah, here we go.
Looking at us on television doing things. So make sure, because foolishness talking about. Right. I'm sorry.
Like, what the hell are you doing, Pops?
But any questions you have?
There you
I
go.
know this is a bit of
This the part, Bakari. Pay attention to this part.
sweet moment, and I heard some foolishness talking about many gonna jump in the portal. You ain't heard nobody but yourself. Don't hurt yourself, because whether it's 11 or 22, we're gonna go to Atlanta and kick some butt. We're gonna win. And I would hate for you to be at home looking at us on television doing our thing. So make sure you choose properly, and if anybody have a problem, I would want you to come and talk to me about it so I can set you straight. So I can give you some real direction on life and what I see for you, and what I think you should do as a man. I'm not gonna tell you no wrong. I'm gonna tell you right. It's like him. We've been trying to make sure you guys are straight for quite some time, and I love it that we can talk like that. That we got to straighten that. This got to be this same Under Armour. Every members didn't even know.
I don't have a question. I got a statement.
Yes,
So yeah. That's we're gonna go past that one, Bakari. But
Hey,
you hear that?
okay. I couldn't hardly hear. Hey, look, when you get a chance, I just sent you an email. Now, when you pull that up, you're going to have to make it real big so you can see the percentage of black people, how they break it down in, the pie chart.
Yeah.
I want you to see, when you get a chance, the pie chart of black people at the University of Colorado. They got 51 African-American undergrad students. That's all I'm saying. This come from their website. 51.
Yeah, I could pull it up. I don't know if I can make it big right now.
No, but I'm saying whenever you get a chance, I done send it. I've already sent it to you.
Yeah. I'm saying I don't know why if I can make it big like while we on here. You know what I'm saying? I gotta figure it out. Maybe I can. I'll try to figure it out. But yeah, let me play some more of this, and then I'm gonna stop it and pull it up. This when he went to there and met the players for the first time. This is what I'm gonna show you, Bakari.
Walk in. I'm just learning that. Look, I'm gonna just make a few comments, and then I'm gonna get out of here because I'm come up here and say some words and spend some time with you guys. But let's give him a big Colorado Buffalo welcome.
Facts, Erica. That's what I was saying. That's his boy.
Hello, my friends. Happy Cyber Monday.
That's all I was saying. He gonna have to eat his words real soon.
He is the man, and God called him strategically to reach out to me to make this happen. He didn't convince me. He confirmed to me that this was the place.
Goddamn Colorado.
I got that. It was all about opportunity to do something.
He looked awkward in Colorado for some reason.
Quite some time. And Rick, I'm forever grateful for that opportunity, my man. I appreciate you. I love you. Thank you.
Love you too.
For investing in me. I appreciate it. Now let's get to business. You know what, Jackson State, we gotta believe. I'm still gonna believe, because I've been believing ever since I was a shorty. When I told my mother at the age of 7, I was gonna make a lot of money, I was gonna be rich, and she was gonna never have to work another day of life. And my actions lined up with that belief. Because you can rescue your mom, you can rescue your father, your friends, your loved ones, the homies, anybody who's looked out for additional. In some kind of way, you guys have accepted it, and you've begun to be complacent with it. And even some of the guys that aren't here that's supposed to be here, those are the ones. All this gonna stop. I still have unfinished business to do at Jackson State, because whatever I start, I'm gonna finish. And we gotta go win this championship. We're gonna do that. But then shortly thereafter, I just want you to know, I'm coming. Not to compete, but to win. Not to show up, but to show out. Not to be amongst the rest, but to be the best. I'm coming. I'm flat out coming. This is real. This ain't no ESPN or this ain't one of the networks you just happen to see, but I'm coming. I started, and we're gonna go dominate, and we're gonna work. I'm coming to work and not a different work ethic, a different want, a different have the strength. But this institution, I mean, the academics prevalence, you can't do it.
All right. He said something about 70% African American or whatever. I'm gonna pull it up after this one.
I've got a problem that I'm pretty sure.
Hey, but you see the team. That was the team sitting there. Did they look 70% African American?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I said I wanted you to see the whole. That was the team right there. That's what I wanted you to see. But
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He looked 70% African American in that audience listening to Mobutu.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but yeah. I mean, we already know what the hell is in Colorado, Bakari. Though, you know what I'm saying. We know, you know what I'm saying, what's going on, and we know that it's not a black school. We already know what time it is. You know what I'm saying. And you know what I'm saying, he chose up, you know what I'm saying? He wanted to get into their league and he accomplished that, you know what I'm saying? So this is the video you know, that you were sending me, loyalty to the black community, you know what I'm saying, at the Colorado press conference, you know what I'm saying?
You've made a tremendous impact at the HBCUs. I guess how difficult was the decision to leave what you started there?
Tremendous. Because it wasn't about the X's and O's or the wins and losses. It was about those kids. It was about looking at the faces of those kids.
Key word is was.
Knowing that I'm being ready. God is getting ready to elevate me. I'm sorry. God is getting ready to elevate me. Usually a coach is terminated or elevated. Thank God I'm elevated.
Yo, he done wrote. That's what took him so long to sign that contract. He had to write this script. 70% African American football players. God elevated me. You know, I'm still African American. You know what I'm saying? He had to write this script. That's what took so long to sign the contract. Damn.
And he sound uncomfortable. He don't even sound like he sounded when he went to Jackson State, does
it? Sound like
it sounds like he feels he got to speak a certain way for their approval. He's searching for their acceptance. But when he went to Jackson State, he wasn't speaking like that, was it? When he did his interviews, look at him. He round them white folks. Boy, he the quiet little boy in the corner. You ain't got to worry about me, boss. I ain't no threat.
All right. So, I'm gonna play it, and then I'm gonna let you get it all out, Bakar, and then we're gonna have to take this L. You know what I'm saying? I'm letting you get this part out. I'm letting you get it out first, and before we take a L. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna let you get it out. All right.
But still, the journey is not complete. Some of the things that we accomplished there about bringing understanding and notoriety to certain falsities or non-committal things that are done in Power Fives, maybe God is using me to be the catalyst.
Maybe not.
Make you think and to make you just fathom another way, to make us feel unthreatened when someone of the other ethnicity is approaching, to just make us feel good about today. Maybe God is really.
Wait, how the hell is him going to coach white people? Well, I ain't gonna say all white people, you know what I'm saying, but going to a white school, you know what I'm saying, and leaving a black school, helping to heal black people when other ethnicities approach us or whatever. I don't really get that, you know what I'm saying? I don't know.
But coons are some of the smartest animals out there. Just remember that. Yeah. That's why you don't get it, because they outsmarting your forecast.
I don't know if I should listen to. I don't know, Bakari. I don't think coons is the smart. They say also foxes could be smart, dogs smart. You know what I'm saying? Monkeys can learn the sign language. Can a coon learn how to sign language? That's what I'm saying.
Well, I'm just saying it like this. They're one of the smartest animals out there. You heard Herschel Walker. You heard Herschel Walker say how smart they are.
Bakari, but that's maybe why you got me and Erica taking the L with you, because you listen to a dude with CTE. But all right, All right, let me finish this, y'all.
Using me to open doors at this level. The thing that alarms me the most is just because I'm leaving Jackson, they think that I'm leaving African Americans. I don't know if you noticed or not, but I'm black. I can never leave who I am and what I am and how I am and how I go about being that. So it is still my task to look in that locker room and see 65 to 70% of African American men.
It went down to
trying to help
65
them
right
get to
there.
the
I'm
next
a little
level,
worried
as well
right
as
there,
all the
but
others.
okay.
My calling is for young men, young women, and people of all walks of life, all social climates, and all ethnicities. That's my calling. My calling is not built on a location. It's built on a destination. Now that was good. You're supposed to clap for that. Darn it, that was good. You give me some of my good stuff. We just getting started.
Yo, and what up, Dwayne? What up? My bad, my brother. All right, so yeah, Bakari, and I couldn't pull up the joint, but we already know. But I can still pull it up if you want to. You know what I'm saying? But he's still African
I'm saying if you
American.
want, because I want you to see that pie. Because I want you to see, and if you scroll down, if you want me to, I can read it. But I'm just saying, I can go through and read it. Don't worry about it.
No, I can show if you want. But no, go ahead and I'm gonna pull it up and go ahead and get it out, Bakari. You know what I'm saying? Because we got to take this L. That's what I'm saying. Get it all out. I'm gonna pull it up while you going in.
This ain't my L, my brother.
It's our L, bro.
Okay,
you dragged us into this L. Hold on, I'm pulling it up while you talk.
The total students at University of Colorado, 37,437. 27,703 undergraduate, 2,816 graduate students, right? So now we go down right here, if you was on there, it's Boulder racial ethnic breakdown. Undergraduates, right? So you got white, the undergraduates, 18,663. Hispanics, 3,661. Multi-ethnic, 1,808. Asian.
Hey, hold on, slow down, Bakari. It's on the screen. Hold on. You said now it's under undergraduate population. All right. So all right, we go ahead.
Down.
All right, there we go. Go ahead.
I'll tell you when to stop. Right there. You can stop right there. That's where I am, right there. So I'm at Asian, 1,674 students. International, 1,201 students. Black or African American, 475 students, right? So let's go down. This the graduate. That was the which one was that? That was the
undergraduate.
That was the undergraduate population. 400. So now let's do the graduate population, right? Of course, white, 1,837. International, 329. Hispanic, 293. Asian, 124. Multi-ethnic, 90.
They invited to the cookout. They invited to the cookout though, so they cool. We could give them a pass.
I don't know what multi-ethnic is. They could be Jap and China. Unknowns. See, look, they're only 64. Black or African American, 51. Now that's the graduate students. Now we're gonna go up here. It's 51.
Oh, wait.
Students.
I gotta say this because they've been trying to troll me. Native, Hawaiian, or Pacific Islander. One, that's why I call you a Hispanic, because when nobody know who you are. So yeah, my bad. Go ahead. What you were saying, Bakari?
Now we're gonna go down right here. If you go down, you're gonna see the thing where it say Boulder, Colorado University, Boulder racial demographics. Right? Do you see that one?
Yeah, it's up there.
So white is 24,867. Hispanic. Now these are the students that's at the school. Hispanic, 4,690. International, 2,387. Multi-ethnic, 2,189. Asian, 2,153. Black or African American, 646 students. Now, why the hell that dude gonna sit there and tell that lie? The football team 65 to 70% black? Why? We going through all of their student populations. That is the number of students there. And out of 37,000 students, right? 37 total students, 37,437, 646 is black. That's why he had to say, see, God, when he was at Jackson State, God sent him to work for his people. That's what he was doing at Jackson State, working for his people. He didn't even go to Colorado. Oh, I'm working for all ethnicities and all races. Boy, God, you know what, boy, don't nobody get lied on more than God. So which one is it? Did God send you to work for your people, or God gave you another job? So God told him that working for your people, that job is done now. Go work for everybody else. That's what God said. Or is that what them white folks said? Because we finna fire this other black person over there, and we want to bring you in. Look what you doing for black schools over there. You got black schools standing up with you talking about maybe we can get us a Division I conference. Maybe we can get a few schools that might be able to compete with some of the schools in the Big Ten, with some of the schools in the SEC, with some of the schools in the Pac-12, with some of the schools in the Big 12. They had you, they were listening to you. But they didn't know you was just a smart coon. But you know, when they talk about how smart a coon is, right? When they talk about how smart a coon is, I'm something like, oh, Herschel, I'm a country boy now. In case y'all didn't know, a coon is one of the smartest animals out there. That's what Eric Howard hero said, right? But watch this in the forecast hero, because he be telling me how he respect Herschel. But check this out.
You voted for him.
You can get something shiny. And in this case, since we don't call him a coon, he gonna be the coon. The shiny gonna be the money, right? And the hunter is the white person. So listen to me, right? You can get something shiny and put it down for a coon. They curious too. So if it's something shiny, this was some hunter showed me. Coon will reach with their hands and grab the shiny object. But they can see the hunter coming. But since they want that shiny object, this is how smart that coon is, Herschel Walker talking about. They would not let the shiny object go because they can use their hand similar to a human. They can make a fist. So they could just open their hand and drop the shiny object and their hand can come out the hole. But since they want that shiny object, right? They won't let it go. So if they see the hunter coming, they still holding on to it. So what you think happened to them when the hunter comes? One coon dead. It's the same thing that done happened to them. That little money they dangled up in front of it, that's the shiny object. The coon and grabbed a hold to it. Now they in a trap. 2.5 seasons when they failed because he had a school that's full of crap. So in the 2.5 seasons, they ain't done nothing. He gonna be just like the other black dude. Then they gonna bring in a white dude. Time to work. What you mean we jumping on? By the way, peace to everybody in the chat. But what you mean we jumping on them too fast?
Hold on, Bakari. Yo, I got a shout out to my boy, Time to Work. You know what I'm saying? Shouts out to you, Time to Work. And you know what, Bakari? You know what I'm saying? You dragged me and Erica into this whole mess. That's what I'm saying. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's a good question in the chat. You know what I'm saying? What do you think? You jumping on them too fast?
And I was about to answer.
I know,
now,
yeah.
Didn't nobody tell Dion to get up on that podium when he took the job with Jackson State and say all that bullshit that he said? God sent me here. I'm here for my people. I'm doing this for my people. Didn't nobody get him? Didn't nobody tell him to get up there and say that? Nobody told. He got up there and he said all that. But it don't take much when you're searching for white acceptance. So white people can get you away from black folk. He was doing a good job. And I'm still riding the HBCU wave because I rode it my whole life. He was doing a good job. Oh, this is about elevation. Oh, okay. Let's look and see how many winning seasons they had. Let's look and see what they just did to the Pac-12 Coach of the Year. a 2 times Pac-12 Coach of the Year, who was a black man. Let's look and see what they did to him because he had 2 bad seasons. It's about elevation. No, dude, they used you to get you away from black folks, to get you away from what you was working for. It ain't gonna stop, but they use you to get you away. And in that same process, they fired the 2-time Pac-12 Coach of the Year over 2 bad seasons. His resume and what he did before that don't even matter. Think about it. This is the same man, Dion, who was begging, complaining, crying. They won't even give me an interview for nothing but a position coach. I can't be nothing but a DB coach. I don't want to be that. I want to be a head coach. I can't get a position for a coordinator to prove myself. Who gave him an opportunity to prove himself? Black folk. Who did he crap on the first opportunity he got? Black folk. He wanted Auburn job. But I told my folk, I said, Auburn ain't gonna hire him. And he probably know that. He want the job. If Auburn called, I'll be a fool not to entertain it. They didn't call you. They called white folks. They did to you just like they did every other black coach. We gonna send him to a conference that's bigger because he think he too good to be at the HBCU any longer. So we gonna send him to a so-called Power 5 conference, and we gonna send him to the bottom of the barrel in the conference. Long as he at the worst school, long as he at the school that's at the bottom or near the bottom in this conference. If he build it up, he did a great job. Toby did a good job for us if he build it up. Because right now he working on meritorious manumission. So if he do a good job, if he build his program up, that's a good job. You understand? But if he don't, we just fire him in 2 years. We ain't really expected to get no better no way. So now time to work. That's why I'm talking about it. He didn't nobody tell him to get up there and tell them lies. And watch this. You think he care about it? Oh, did you see the other? He ain't showed the other video when they went on a tour yet, right?
I was skipping through it. I could have went back to it. It was just it was like 14 minutes, and I was skipping through it. It was when he was talking to the team.
No, I ain't talking about that one. I'm talking about the one when he went out there with his family, when they went to see the practice facilities.
Yeah, it's that video right there is cut up, and there's another video. I know what you talking about, but I ain't got that one.
Because watch this. He had a son. He still got the son. A son playing at the University of South Carolina. When he took the job at Jackson State, his son transferred from University of South Carolina to Jackson State. When you go from FBS to FCS, you ain't got to set out, right? So he came right in and played. That son would be a senior this year. In order for him to play at Colorado, he transferred back up. He got to set out. He didn't even have the decency to let his son finish his last year at college with his son. I told you his son did it on Instagram in a thread with my son friends, talking about should he leave, how much he loved Jackson State. He didn't have the decency to let his son finish his last year at Jackson State when them white folk went to call him. Massa, boss. Yes, sir, boss. Boss, I need your approval. Boss, I just want you to say I'm doing a good job. Boss, my son is a senior this year, but that's okay, boss. I'll come with you. I'm going to come with you anyway. He can make up his mind what he want to do. So when he went on the private jet after the game, and if you watch it, he didn't take the son Shiloh, who played cornerback. He took the one Shadur, who played quarterback. Now, see, people gonna say, oh man, you just being too harsh. You looking deep into it. I'm just talking about what happened. If he don't have no loyalty to his son, Shiloh, if Shiloh was there, I didn't see him. If somebody can show me Shiloh there, I'll come back and take all my words back. But I bet you can't show me Shiloh, because when they went on the practice field, he looked at his youngest son. he went to Shadur. Shadur, what you think? He ain't say Shiloh. He didn't say Shiloh.
Yeah,
Not
Bukhari.
at all. Huh?
No, go ahead, finish, my brother. Go ahead.
He didn't even say his son. So he crapped on black folk. Yeah, time to work. I'm real emotional about it. I don't know about nobody else, but when it comes to HBCUs, it's near and dear to me. It's near and dear to my heart. I know folks that gave up millions to stay and make sure they stay open. They refused to leave because if they had left, the school would have stayed. The schools would have shut down because people wanted to shut them down. But I know people that turned down money to stay. Personally, to turn down to make sure black folks can have a HBCU to go to. So when you get up there giving all them promises, you sounding like the ancestors that came way before you and did that work, but you wouldn't them. If he had never given all those speeches, would have been okay. If he had never given those speeches, it would have been okay. But the black woman stayed. That's all I'm saying. The black woman turned down money and stayed. Tamika Reed, she stayed. That's all I'm saying. When they offered her money, she stayed. She saw the tricks, I guess. Now, eventually she might go because it's going to be hard to continue 5-10 years from now if they haven't gotten her up to around 150, 200,000. It's going to be hard to continue to turn down 400 and you ain't made, like, she ain't got millions. She been there. She makes 75,000 a year. She don't have millions. So you ain't gonna, it's gonna be hard 5-10 years from now to turn down 500,000, staying at 75. They're gonna have to get her up to about 200. That's just my take on
At Bukhari.
Go ahead, folks.
No, I want you to get all of this out, Bukhari, because we gotta. But I do want you to know, I don't want you to think that you know what I'm saying, keep you up or nothing like that, you know what I'm saying? But also, you know what I'm saying, we gotta hold you accountable, you know what I'm saying? Because you see how quick you would have got me and Erica
Hold on. Time to work. Wait a minute. Time to work. You don't know a goddamn thing about me. Now you can come on, you can come on the panel and we can have a discussion. You don't know shit about me. So you talking about stop the madness. You don't know a damn thing about me. You don't know nothing about how I was raised. So everything I said, when I said it's near and dear to me, yes, that's what I meant. So you don't know a goddamn thing about me.
All right, Bukhari. All right. So let's go on to the next jump, Bukhari, because and this might be like weird, but let me ask you first, you know what I'm saying? And I want you to get it all out, you know what I'm saying? Like now, was we the ones cooning, Bukhari? I'm gonna ask you now.
I told you I was a fish on the hook.
All right. Yo,
if you want to say we was cooning because we took up for Dion,
no,
I guess we were.
No, you know why I say that because you know, old boy was like, we the ones cooning, you know what I'm saying? And that's what I want to show right now, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean by that. Not, you know what I'm saying? I want to show this right now because this might be weird, Bukhari, and I ain't trying to, you know what I'm saying, but I got to show, like, we was just talking about this like 2 months and the stuff that they were saying on there that we were saying and they were saying, you know what I'm saying? And I want to see how it played out, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, time to work, good people, you know, Bukhari, good people, you know what I'm saying? They're gonna hug it out before it's over, you know what I'm saying? It's stuff get like emotional sometimes.
I'm hugging right now.
All right, Bukhari.
But like I said,
we gotta take
he can ask me why I feel a certain way instead of sitting there talking about madness and drama and emotional responses. He can ask a question.
It's exposure. Now that's buying.
My bad. Go ahead, Bukhari. It came up by itself. It's not even in the right spot.
No, I was muting my mic. I thought I had muted.
It's not even in the right spot, but I think I can remember. All right, so Bukhari, this was literally 2 months ago. You know what I'm saying? Now, you know, like, not to put both of us, because we was both on the hook, you know what I'm saying? But we got to go back, and I just got to do this for homie in the blue do-rag, you know what I'm saying? Because we was tripping, you know what I'm saying? And this is what I'm saying, Bukhari. Maybe we should, it got to be like, maybe you shouldn't talk about sports for a year. Maybe you should, like, you know what I'm saying, like, yo, I'm not gonna talk about boxing. I'm not gonna challenge them on, like, you know what I'm saying, who won the fight. I'm not gonna challenge them on, like, football, just in the sports arena. You know what I'm saying? Like, what do you think about that, Bukari?
Got to talk about boxing, man.
Now, you know,
You got to talk about boxing. At least if you want to talk about it, that is something what black people do and can control their own destiny. See, when you watch a PBC fight and they put it on, that's all black putting on that event.
All right, Bukari. So let's go back and listen to what we were saying. The future of Jackson State football. And the question is has he been helpful or has he been hurtful? You know what I'm saying? Has he been helpful or has he been hurtful? You heard the question. So we're just gonna play like a couple of minutes, you know what I'm saying? Like the first couple of minutes, and you can stop whenever you want to, Bukari, you know what I'm saying? And like, Bukari, we're gonna skip through some of this because it ended up being like 20 minutes. So I'm only gonna play just a couple minutes because we gotta keep going so it don't be all night, you know what I'm saying? These are the two main things. So this is one of the two main things. So we, you know, we can take as much time on this. All right.
This is why I think he's corny. I let me not say corny. Corny the wrong word. I don't think he's genuine. I think he here, and I say
my boy spitting over here.
Did this before. I think he here to boost his resume and his family name. And Jackson State is just a vehicle to do that. Not just Jackson State, HBCUs, period. And I think we being sold out by Deion Sanders right now. And we look like real coons.
Damn. You heard that, boy? We look like what, Mom? I can't even go back that short.
Well, you do know coons are some of the smartest animals out there.
No, hold on. Don't come on, boy, wisdom now.
And we look like real coons.
Do we?
Yeah.
Do we?
Think 5 or 10 years from now when he's gone.
No, 2-3 years from now.
We're gonna look back on this like, damn, we were cooning.
We was cooning. You're cooning right now, Bukari. You hear my brother? I ain't. That's not me right now. That's all right. Now this is gonna be weird because it's me talking, so I'm gonna try to and it's me and Bukari, and it's me and Bukari right now. So it's gonna be weird when we talking. You know what I'm saying? But I know what he said, so I know what you talking, Bukari. So it's all good. What'd you say?
Oh, I ain't saying nothing. Go ahead, let him play. That's what I think about what he's saying.
Damn, Bukari.
We'll continue.
Like we gonna look like we wish that.
Damn, Bukari.
He stayed. Or we gonna look like we benefited from this shit.
What benefit are we gonna get?
What?
When he's gone. When he's gone.
Great question, Bukari. What benefit did we get?
I already told you, none. Some people say they got a practice field. I don't know about the practice field because he left before they built the stadium. So stadium being built had nothing to do with him. Part of it, but he wasn't the main reason the stadium was built. But okay, go ahead. It's being built rather.
All right, hey, and so we don't get confused, Bukari. I'm gonna pause it whenever we talk. I can hear you talking if you talk, but just look at the play button. You know what I'm saying right here. You know what I'm saying. So we don't get confused because I'm gonna be talking and me and you gonna be talking. You know what I'm saying. I don't want you to think I'm saying something right now that I said then. You know. All right.
Jackson State is a school to come to.
The school is so much different in the 2.5 years he's been here.
He's been there.
It's so much different.
I haven't been up there since he's been here.
Right, so
they put so much money into that goddamn school.
Man, what?
Bro, you know what people and just
they put some. They redid
all. That's all that everybody don't say is money. You don't got damn.
And you know, I will say this about Deion Sanders. He took a pay cut or whatever. Now, this is me live right now. Bukari got me on here cooning. Listen to the cooning Bukari got me. You see how I took off for you, Bukari? This is what I'm saying, man. We got to know if we can listen to you, Bukari. And he also put a lot of his own money into the program, like just from what I've, you know, just looking at the situation from what I found out. I can't verify or whatever, but that's just the reports that I found, you know.
I'm gonna say this right. he didn't take no pay cut because he ain't have no job.
But you got more
Wouldn't nobody hire him.
guys not going to.
Huh?
I say he didn't take a pay cut because he ain't have no job. Wouldn't nobody hire him. Only people would hire him was black folk. He ain't had no job. He ain't take a pay cut. Actually, he got a raise because he was coaching at a high school who white people was complaining about the school that he put his name on, complaining about how the money had been mismanaged and was stolen from the school.
Well, you supposed to tell me that right then, so I don't be looking crazy. You know what I'm saying? He's like, no, bro. Like, he don't got no thing. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm like, I'm cool.
I didn't even hear you say that. I thought you just said that now.
No, I didn't say that now. I'm saying, look at the joint. I'm gonna let this joint. Just look at the play button. You know what I'm saying? You see this in the corner where my mouse at? Just make sure that joint. If it look like that, then that's me talking. And I'm gonna say, yo, this is me right now, just so we don't get confused. I might have to skip this part, but the brother, I gotta let him shine right now. I'm sorry. I don't care how confusing this is, Bakari. We gotta take this L.
When you didn't know HBC player got drafted.
You think them boys got drafted because of Deion?
Yes.
Yeah. Think about it. They on ESPN every week now. We have never been on any major network.
On a Sunday night on ESPN. We had that happen since we've been lit. Jackson. Yeah.
But we've been doing fine with that.
No, we haven't. No, we haven't, James. No, we haven't.
It's the trap he wants y'all to follow in.
It's the trap he wants you to follow in, Bakari. He's setting it up. It could be right though, Bakari. Yo, you heard me. Now this is me, Bakari. This is me. You heard me say, yo, you could be right, Bakari. You said I'm trying to be like, yo, maybe like, cause you know it is what it is. Maybe he right. You know what I'm saying? And then watch what Bakari tell me.
He could be.
Oh shit! Here we go again.
Hey, they everywhere, man. Ain't nothing you can do about them. They everywhere. The self-hate is real. If they had said something about HBCUs that was true, I've heard people say that the first day Deion Sanders got hired. The first day he accepted the job, they screamed, oh, he just there to build himself up. He gonna leave. Okay, he's gonna leave. Well, allow him to coach first. Well, he got to coach before he leave, right? So let's say he go there. Do I want Deion to leave? Hell no. Deion got enough money, and I hope he's strong enough to turn down that money, right? I hope whenever it comes, I hope he's strong enough. Like Jackson State women basketball coach. They see what she was doing. She said she was invited. She was offered a couple of interviews. She said she know why they were just interviewing her just to say they did. She turned them down. But then they had a couple of bigger schools that was offering her a few $100,000 a year, doubling what she's making. She turned it down. She turned it down because she said she's doing something great at Jackson State. So now you got Mo Williams. I don't know if y'all watch professional basketball and look back and say we cooning. Deion, Jackson State University. So when Deion went to Jackson State, Eddie George is now coaching at Tennessee State. Grambling State have an ex-NFL. You understand what I'm saying? So when they say he ain't doing nothing and we gonna look back and say we cooning, Deion is helping all of HBCUs, all of them.
Now I'm gonna pause it right there, Bakari. Now I'm looking back. I'm like, damn, maybe we was cooning, but are we saying he helped all the HBCUs?
Well, at that time, he would. Well, I thought he was going to be there longer. I was taking a man on his word, why he said he was there. And maybe I shouldn't do that. Take a man on his word, why he said he wasn't there. Well, time to work. I know that what they just said, but I can tell you this, and the reason I ain't saying that, they are not on ESPN. Like for the last few years, you've been able to find HBCU, just like basketball, on ESPN Plus. They're on the app. They would have Alabama State and Alabama A&M came on ESPN2 this year. So they're talking about the app. They're talking about the app. They're not talking about you and you have to subscribe. And I don't know how the hell I got it because I didn't subscribe. But hey, but you have to subscribe to get the app. So they are not on ESPN, to like that the way the guy is saying. It's ESPN Plus. And if you go on ESPN Plus tomorrow, you will see, if an HBCU's basketball game is played, you will see HBCU on ESPN Plus.
All right, Bukai, I'm gonna skip ahead because it's really about the brother right here in the blue do-rag, you know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna skip past. I'm gonna let them rock on this joint, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna let you off the hook a little bit.
Right. Let me say this, so far he was right. I'll give him what it do. You say we got to take that L, I guess we got to take it, because he saw some shit that I didn't see. I had people from Jackson who saw the same thing and was telling me, and I completely ignored. I'm just being honest with you. But I'll take that L because he was right and I was wrong. Go ahead.
Yeah, me too. That's what I'm saying. Because we was kind of, you know what I'm saying, we was wrong for what we said about him, you know what I'm saying? So I gotta let him shine in this moment, you know what I'm saying? And but then for football, yeah, we killed
you. That's my problem, and this is my big problem. He's an. It is facts. You are right.
Now this is it right here, Bukari.
Dion get a 9.5.
Hell, it's just, but then
it is facts. You are right. You are right. You are right.
Oh, what up, my brother Bill Gates? Shout out to Bill Gates.
See, that's why you gotta have facts. See how he say this is facts?
But it's real though. Like,
no, it is
right.
right.
Don't get wrong. Do Just Stay got history before him? Heck yeah, absolutely.
And he don't acknowledge it. That's my problem. And this is my big problem. He's an outsider.
Bro, the insider's been truing up. That's why he got an outsider.
But an outsider got to come in a certain way.
Bro, everybody don't have
no. He has enough cachet where he can come in.
Bro, that's my problem. He has cachet, not as a coach.
Damn.
He doesn't have cachet as an HBCU grad or any of this shit.
Now the white boy was pissed because he said if he played football
in the players who went to Mississippi.
So I will say that, you know.
Yeah, Bill Gates, what position you?
But
it is. It's just like the other day when he did his interview, and he was like, he don't care about tradition. Like, dude.
But do you know the context of why he was saying it? He went and later explained when he was talking about the Memphis game, right?
Yeah, this is what you was kind of talking about, because I think what you mean.
Why keep that tradition? That's why he's coming in and changing shit.
But there was them two different comments. That comment was made towards the money. The games, the money that people are getting playing the games when he was actually out base.
One guy with the,
I'm gonna skip past so we can move on.
White at least
mermaid all day.
You care about the tradition, my job.
Mermaid all day type stuff, you know what I'm saying? Or whatever it is that we doing. But yeah, I feel you, Bukar. I feel you. I'm only gonna play a couple more seconds. I think they're gonna say something positive. I want to end it on something positive.
Doing it. That's what he's talking about. It's like we doing all this stuff just to be doing it because out of tradition when we not really benefit from none of this shit. That's what he's trying
to
say.
But to say you don't care about the tradition.
He don't. You
don't. You just said what I'm trying to get at.
But he's
it's
not
your place.
Though.
If I move to New Orleans,
brother.
I agree.
And I go somewhere.
Man, I don't care about my job. Ain't to care about the tradition. My job is to get this football team better and make money for this school. That's my job.
That's why I said we selling out.
You heard that? You heard that? Watch what I say. Let me run that back a little bit. That's why I say we the sellouts, Bakari. You know what I'm saying?
I care about the tradition. My job is to get this football team better and make money for this school. That's my job.
That's why I said we selling out.
That was deep. That was deep.
Anybody who's the head coach.
No, that was deep, Bukari. That's why he said. I knew I was deep then. I knew it was deep then, Bukari. We selling it. You feel me?
Say it again. So I hear that right. I heard him say. That's why I say we. Let me hear what them brothers say it again.
No, that was deep, Bukari. I was
like, if I move to New Orleans.
I agree.
And I go somewhere.
Yo, what up, Truth 884? My bad, Bukari. Shout out to Truth 884.
My job ain't to care about the tradition. My job is to get this football team better and make money for this school. That's my job.
That's why I said we selling out.
No, we not.
Anybody who's the head coach or do something should care about the tradition.
No, the job as the head coach is to win games and make money.
We have had a losing tradition.
Your job as a head coach really to win games.
Actually, like 700 years we had a losing tradition, but I feel him when he said 30 years.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead. And now this is Bakari here. I'm gonna pause it and let Bakari back then speak. This is the past Bakari.
Some people want to stay stuck to tradition. Some people want to get away from tradition, right? So let me say this, right? Eating chitlins on Thanksgiving and Christmas was a black folk tradition. Then black folk wised up and realized, now I ain't gonna lie, that pig dookie sack was pretty good. But black people wised up and realized eating these chitlins ain't good for you. You understand what I'm saying? Eating these ham hocks and pig feet and pig knuckles on a consistent basis ain't good for you. So we gonna get away from that tradition of cooking your food. You already frying it, but then you're just completely frying it in pig fat, that lard. That's what lard is. I know you probably heard of lard, right?
Yeah.
That's what lard is. It's just the pig fat. That ain't good for you. So people got away from that tradition. Some traditions it's okay to get away from.
Yeah, chitlins was a little bit easier than the other ones though, because all facts past me. You know what I'm saying? Current Bakari. You know what I'm saying? Chitlins is a tradition we could get away from, but that's why I'm saying we the sellouts, Bakari.
Okay, but I'm gonna tell you when he said tradition that I agree with. Because if I say Dion didn't do nothing good, I would be lying. The way he left is what bothered me. And all that bullshit he was saying when he went on that podium, all that line. He didn't have to say all that. But if I say, let me show you the tradition, and this is something I was talking about, right? There's no need, like it's okay, it's a money game. Man, Clemson beat Savannah State 83-0 a few years ago. What's the purpose of going playing a school who can beat you and gonna try to beat you 83-0? Yeah, that tradition of taking big money checks to take a money game so you can get beat. Like, I'm gonna give you another one. They said it was a black school on in West Virginia Tech. They lost 90-0. This back-to-back game. 90-0, 77-0, 80. This was about 10 years ago. 80-0, 68-0, and 50-something-0. After they got beat 50-something-0, the school just canceled the football program. There's no need. I do agree with canceling that tradition. I'm not going to take my tradition because I can't recruit players to come to my school if people seeing me get beat 83-0. In all honesty, who want to go play at the school that got beat? Man, I just saw y'all on TV got beat 83-0. So that tradition do need to be cut out. Even in basketball, that tradition need to be cut out. Start playing other schools, smaller schools that they can beat. It don't just have to be HBCUs, but getting paid to take an ass whooping. I've been saying they need to stop doing that because they be trying to, and they route them. I've been saying they should stop doing that. That's the tradition that should have been done away with.
Now, Bakari, though, the brother was saying, he was like, yeah, that's fine, but it's the way, like, he hit him with it is what it is, you know what I'm saying? Now, we see he got that attitude, and he was like, I understand that, and I agree with that, but he's an outsider. He don't respect our traditions at all, you know what I'm saying? And the fact that we didn't care, that's what makes us sellouts, you know what I'm saying? In his words, you know what I'm saying? And you know what? The brother he can shine right now. He can shine today. You know what I'm saying?
No, he got a point, but I won't let him get away with saying that Dion, in all honesty, right? Regardless of how I absolutely feel. Regardless, like I said, I grew up watching HBC. That's what we grew up watching, right? listening to on the radio, rather. That's what we grew up keeping up with, right? That's why I can tell you when Alcorn State was considered DB University. You can look; they got one of their DB in NFL now, who's a D coordinator for the Minnesota Vikings, Leslie Frazier, who was at Alcorn, State, one of them great DBs back in the day. Then Marino Cassim was the coach. Came out, Isaac Hope. Just go look and see how many deep it was called DB University, right? So, but for me to say, but if I was to say Deion didn't do anything for HBCUs, I would absolutely be lying. Deion did for HBCU. It just pissed me off the way he damn left. But if I say, but I have to be honest, did he bring, I won't say shine, because I wouldn't worry about the shine, but did he bring back HBCU sports for people who had forgotten about HBCU sports? For a lot of people who, like you like Virginia Union, so you ain't gonna forget about it, right? But there's a lot of people who don't care about it and don't know nothing about HBCU sports at all. And he had them watching HBCU sports. I give him that. I give him credit for that. But other than that, after getting up there giving all them damn speeches instead of lying on God and what he here for, and he here for his people, and he ain't going nowhere, and so on and so forth, he a hypocrite.
He's an outsider, Bakari, like the brother said. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he ain't swag. Just like Eddie Robinson Jr. said, he ain't swag. He ain't swag.
But I'm saying,
he is not swag.
But would you stick to the tradition of hiring? Would you say that you would say the tradition should be they should only hire people who are insiders, or should they give outsiders a chance?
I think, look, man, you hire a black coach. I didn't see nothing. Deion was a great hire. There's nothing wrong with giving Deion a chance. But the people who wouldn't give you a chance at all didn't think you was worthy of nothing. You leave the people that loved and supported you. You leave the people, the only people that thought you was worthy, of being a head coach, you leave them after 2.5 seasons. But an outsider, see, because I don't consider black people an outsider. See, black people that go to other schools, they might not understand the tradition, but you have to teach them the tradition. Eddie George would probably be considered an outsider at Tennessee State because he played at Ohio State. He didn't go to an HBCU, so he would probably be considered an outsider. But you give a black person a chance. We don't start holding up standards where, oh, you didn't go to an HBCU, I ain't gonna give you a chance. No, hell with it. Or you didn't play at an HBCU, I'm not gonna give you a chance. No, you don't do that. You don't do that. So then we ain't no different than the other people that won't give them a chance. Think about
it. Yeah,
we ain't no different.
I feel you. I agree with you. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I agree with that. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, Michael Irvin, fill in your application for Jackson State. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, hell no. Hell no. Hell no.
All right.
I believe I'm gonna tell you what I believe, right? I believe they're gonna hire that dude, Deion said, and the tradition that Deion, because see, they didn't even speak on what tradition Deion wanted to get rid of. The true tradition that he said, and he said it a couple of times, and I absolutely agree. Stop taking big money to get beat 70-0. But I truly believe what he didn't want HBCUs to do, because this job, and like Desmond Howard said on ESPN, building up Colorado, getting players to go to Colorado now is going to be harder than getting them to go to Jackson State, regardless of what people say the facilities look like at each school, right? I do believe, because I believe they're going to hire his coach, but I also believe what he don't want HBCUs to do in his second season, Jackson State will probably be on his schedule. I really do believe that. And he going to play it as, a money game to help them get some money. But it's really going to be so he can get a victory, or so he thinks. That's just my take on it.
All right,
Don't nobody want to go to Colorado.
Yeah, no, I feel you. I feel you. All right, yo, let's go to the next thing. I'm gonna let you off the hook. On one condition, I'm gonna let you off the hook with the Dion thing, that you apologize to Erica. I'm okay, you know what I'm saying, because I go down the road with you again to support black stuff, you know what I'm saying. But for dragging Erica into this nonsense, you know what I'm saying, like, I'll take my L, but I demand an apology for my sister Erica for, you know what I'm saying, what you have done.
When Erica tell me it's okay for me not to, when she says she didn't let Herschel Walker go. I'm just a clown. Erica don't like Herschel Walker. Let me stop saying that. But anybody who rode the wave with me and didn't look at it because I ain't see it, bam, there you go.
Is that I apologize, Bakari?
I'm gonna get our apology, and I'm gonna donate some money to the. And I'm gonna donate some money to the ADL.
Yeah, because the apology ain't enough. We need you to sit down with a group of Israelites. We need you to donate.
I'm not gonna sit down with Israelites. I'm gonna sit down with time to work.
Yeah, facts. Sit down with time to work.
I'm gonna sit down with time to work.
All right, Bakari, because I can't let you all the way off the hook because we may have to sanction you for your sports talk. You know what I'm saying? I already let you off the hook with boxing. And look, you know, I'm gonna swing it this way. You know, Jerry Jones apologized for insensitive caption and video, and I'm gonna show you the video in a second. But you know, guess who it was? In an email to the Dallas Morning News, former Dallas quarterback Deion Sanders insisted Jones' comments weren't a reflection of his character, a joke that was intended to add humor at the request of a fan in a lighthearted moment that was totally taken out of context. So, you know, there's Deion Sanders in his previous caping for your good old slave master here. So this is the video he's talking about. And this is a short video, and it's like kind of stupid, but this is the video that another racist thing that people was talking about, you know what I'm saying, Jerry Jones was racist for.
Hey Jennifer, congratulations on the wedding. Now, you know he's with a black girl tonight, don't you?
Felix now. Right here, Jerry.
Thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
Oh, man. So, you know, and that's just to bring up to him. And so this is what he said about the video, about that picture, you know what I'm saying? We already know about this, you know what I'm saying?
That was, 65 years ago, and a curious kid. I didn't know at the time the monumental event, really, that was going on, and I'm sure glad that we're a long way from that. I am, and we just. That would remind me just continue to do everything we can to not have those kinds of things happen.
Any regrets just being in the photo, being there at all?
What?
Yeah, except for hiring black coaches, of course.
Any regrets on being in the photo, being there at all?
Well, I wouldn't have just dug that up for sure. I mean, seriously, but that was curiously.
He said, I wouldn't have dug it up, meaning I wouldn't have had it come out. That's my regret.
I got criticized because I was more interested in how I was going to be punished by my coaches and everybody for being out front, but nobody there had any idea, frankly, what was going to take place.
Jerry.
Now, they didn't know what was going to take place, right? But of course we know that's a lie, because why would they go out there to stop them from going into the school and not know that they're going to stop them?
Point there. Still, I've got a habit of sticking this nose in the right place at the wrong time.
Did you get in trouble with your coach for being there?
I sure did.
What was the punishment?
Well, I was a young sophomore trying to make the team, and they kicked my ass.
Jerry, it came after the Little Rock situation.
I thought you were talking about punishment for now. Oh yeah, that's right. There is no punishments now. So just for a historical thing, you know, this is a brother who was actually there who said what happened.
As we started up the steps right here,
then the crowd did the same thing. They just all surrounded us, this big sea of people. I've said a couple of times that it looked like 10,000 people out there, and we started up the steps. And as we started up the steps, they started up the steps. And then we just walked on up all the steps. And about right here, after we had gotten to the top of the steps, and somebody put their fingers right on the back of my neck. And all they said was, I just want to see what a nigga feels like. I've never known who it was. I've been asked whether it was a boy or a girl. I couldn't tell you. Got here, we were stopped because the doors flew open and two men came out. And they walked right up here. The ministers walked all the way up on the flat part here, and they started talking to them. And I imagine, I don't know what they said, because down here, the people are still behind us. The noise is still intense. And they talked for about 2 or 3 minutes. And they seemed to come to some kind of understanding, because the ministers came back to us, turned us around, and we started back down the steps. This school, these steps, this whole thing, it had a fear for me that I could not fathom. In fact, I live in this city, and I have ever since the 1965, but I never came back up here again.
All right, so, and the reason why we even talking about Jerry Jones, because this is another L that my brother Bakari has to take, because, you know what I'm saying, I don't see how you know, supporting these dudes like this, you know what I'm saying, and helping their stuff, and while we're watching it, how we also can say that, you know, we aren't participating in our own destruction, you know what I'm saying, which makes it uncomfortable. Not to judge anybody for watching sports or nothing. I'm just saying, you know, and so, and even that, you know, and this is a whole nother conversation, because he will be at the cookout here, and my boy's boy, Dak Prescott, you know what I'm saying, who we got to invite to the cookout, because it wouldn't be impolite, because, you know, black people are so
LeBron James expressed
spiritual and loving, and God is on the main line, of course.
curiosity about the media's attention given to a photo of Jerry on the day Dallas Cowboys.
I think whether LeBron
and his,
I don't know if I've fully processed it all the way. Honestly,
I don't know if
I think whether LeBron's talking about the picture, I mean, I think that's on Jerry to address, right? I mean, in the same sense, it's 65 years ago, and how times have changed. I mean, look, the man's resume since then, right? And as I said, I give grace. And
now, what is his resume since then? Telling players shut up and dribble. Saying stuff about, you know, having sex with a black woman to celebrate, you know, like they used to do. You know, standing out there talking about we're gonna stop black people from getting into the thing. I don't know, like, what has he done in the last, I mean, and I can say 65 years ago, if they asked him if he had any regrets, and he told me that he didn't know what was going, and then we clearly just saw that was a clear, blatant lie. You know what I'm saying? But of course, you know, I got to go on my yacht with my white bitches, because, you know what, I'm invited to the cookout no matter what I do, you know, right, Bakari?
Man, he don't count. He mixed.
Well, he had the cookout. He had the cookout. You brought him here.
I'm saying he is half them. He don't count this.
No?
He's half them. In him and his white woman, he just got somebody look like his mama.
So you can support him. So you can support him because he's not us?
What are you talking about supporting what? Because I like the way he plays football?
Would you support Serena Williams?
Serena Williams, what? I ain't heard Dak Prescott say nothing negative about black people either. See, and that's the problem. So watch this. Okay, wait a minute. You laugh. Watch this. Show me what he said negative about black people.
Because well, you see, he's a slave right here.
No. Show me what he said.
The point is, you go. So you're going to give a mulatto person who clearly choosing his white side right here, because he's clearly, you know what I'm saying, oh well, he's lying right here, you know what I'm saying, and talking about, well, this was 65 years ago, and you would get on a black person for saying this thing, but you would let a mulatto person slide for saying this thing. That's my
He's
point.
half. No, I say he's half white. I don't expect him to go. What I'm saying is, I don't expect him to go at a white person like I would expect a black person to go at
So
a black.
Why would you bring him to around your surroundings then?
How is he around? How would he be around my surroundings?
When you be like, oh, is it polite to not invite him because he's your friend and you support him and you like the way he plays football?
What you're doing, you're conflating two different people. You're talking about the young man I know and comparing him to that. He wouldn't have nearly said that about that.
Man, have you thought about maybe like, yo, we shouldn't be even thinking about football right now, like until we have our own thing. Maybe we shouldn't, like, all of it. Just scrap it up.
I don't even talk about football. I talk about football way more than me. Only football I talked about was HBCU football all season. Then when the Division II playoffs rolled around, I gave a shout out to the HBCUs that made the Division II playoff.
Right.
I don't even talk about football.
Okay, so
or basketball.
All right, so let's see what the dude serving us our hot dogs at the cookout got to say.
I think that's a conversation and a question not only for him, but for you guys and how y'all feel, how accountable y'all been in covering and discussing the disparities and differences in race. So, yeah, I'm just...
Wait, hold on. Why his other half ain't got nothing to say about it? Because we know, God knows, a whole black person would be on there. But the half of him was going to get a pass, and the other half will go back down to the other half.
But watch this forecast. What you did was you asked me would I support Serena Williams, right? Serena Williams literally married a white man she married a white boy who what he started online service Reddit was for people to come on and insult black folks, and that's what she married. You can't even say that's the same thing, forecast.
So my man is not just right here stopping black people from getting into school right now. He said they're talking about
no. I'm not talking. But see, now you're going back. You're going back
talking
to Jerry
about
Jones.
my owner. Well, I know
I ain't
you
saying nothing.
you said compare the two.
No, but you said compare. You compare Serena to Dak Prescott.
No.
I'll compare. Yes, you did.
You asked mulattoes a pass, but not black people.
No, you asked me. Do I support Serena? And the question do you give mulattoes a pass and not black people? No, and what you didn't do, and I answered that question, but what you didn't do was answer the question. No, wait a minute. What I asked you was, I say, show me where he belittled black people, and you said, man, you didn't answer that question. So then I said, wait a minute.
We will keep playing.
No, he's not. Okay, show me where he belittled black people, and show me like I said, that we are complaining.
No, the problem is you have. So we went. Deion Sanders got a black wife, bro. What the hell? You just called him a coon for 30 minutes or an hour and a half. You just called him a coon, and we got on him. And now here we have a mulatto.
But the stuff
that you are giving.
But the stuff you were complaining about. No, because what you did was you compared it to Serena Williams.
Yeah.
And what now?
A black person.
No, and now
who is a coon.
No, now what you want. And now what you want to do is talk over me. So watch this, right? You say he didn't say nothing about Jerry Jones. Serena Williams literally married a white boy that created a platform for white people to do that about black people. That's literally what she married. You don't see a difference in that?
Yeah, one of them is a black person that don't get to come to the cookout, and one of them is a mulatto person that does get to come to the cookout.
Oh, he coming to your cookout?
No, you the one that said, "Oh, it's impolite to not bring your biracial friends and stuff."
When did I say that?
When you was talking about your biracial friend.
Oh, you was talking. See, and once again, what you're doing, you're comparing a young man.
So your friend doesn't.
What you're doing?
So your friend doesn't.
What you doing? What you're doing? You're comparing a 22-year-old young man who would nearly say what Dak Prescott did.
How old is Dak Prescott?
I say he wouldn't have nearly said what Dak Prescott said. The young man I'm talking about wouldn't have. None of that wouldn't have came out of his mouth. None of that would have come out of his mouth. anything that came out of his mouth, he would have been talking
All I'm
about
saying
Jerry
is,
Jones.
all I'm saying is because you talking about, oh, what did he say? Like Deion Sanders got a black wife and all of this stuff. Like, what did Deion Sanders say negative about black people? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know,
No,
oh, he called him a coon for an
what
hour and a
Deion
half.
Sanders did, what Deion Sanders did was get up there and lie to black folks.
Oh,
That's
he's telling the
exactly
truth right now. 65 years was a long time ago, and he's telling the truth right now.
You
Or is
ask
he?
me,
And,
ask me what you're doing in
I'm
forecast in
wondering.
your region. In forecast, you're reaching because I said yes, because I said the 122-year-old mulatto, who I said when I said how he is, you gonna make that mean, oh,
No.
I said all biracials. No, I said
you
him
support Dak.
forecast.
You don't support Dak Prescott?
How do I support him? I don't even watch
You
football.
You told, but then you said, okay, that's so great. You don't watch them at all no more, right? You weren't gonna be like, oh, I'm not watching Dak Prescott or any.
Dude, I don't even watch. That's why I keep telling y'all. See, look, this is the thing. That's what y'all.
Okay.
I don't even
earlier
watch
you
it.
were
That's
saying,
why I say
earlier you were saying I support is okay because he's a good player, so I support a good player. You know.
Yes, I said yeah, I like the way he played football. That don't mean I've watched him play before. Mike, watch this. Did you watch basketball? Did you ever watch basketball?
Mm-hmm.
Was Michael Jordan a good player? So because you watch this. I'm gonna name somebody today.
I was like
Steph
10.
Curry. Wait a minute. Steph Curry, he a good player.
Yes.
So that means you still watch basketball because you just said Steph Curry was a good player.
No, you said you still watch it. Because earlier I did it because you said that you still watch football. You always say we need to watch football because you know what I'm saying we need to support the black players though.
Yeah, I do say I won't tell no black. I will say that now. What I said was I won't tell no young black player if you got an opportunity to go make some money and change your family life. And I wouldn't tell you don't play in the NFL. No, I would not tell them that. Why would I tell them that?
Let me ask you this, right? Say, let's just for instance, right? Deion Sanders was in his position where he was trying to make a living, like because we know Deion Sanders is rich already, so we're gonna exclude that. And he did what he did. Would you be okay with that? Because they paid him more.
Okay, let's say Deion Sanders was in the same position as Tamika Reed, making $75,000 a year, and now got an opportunity to go. You got an opportunity to go from 75,000 to 5 million. Yeah, and the reason being because I know people want to secure their future and their family's future. Yes.
No. I'm saying okay. No. Okay, say this right. Say that first time, right? Because she she turned down. Tamika Reed turned down the first time, right? Say she didn't turn it down and she went with it. Would you still feel the same way, or would you have called her out?
No, I wouldn't. No, because I understand. I understand that part. That's the one part I do understand. You want to secure your future, right, wrong, or indifferent. Now you can ask me if I would do it, if I know other people that didn't.
Exactly, Ron. That's yo. I'm just glad you said it. So. Okay, so you're good with like, okay, basketball is done. You know, football is done. All of that until we get our own. That's right.
No, I'm not gonna say. Look, how can I
what
tell
the
them?
world? You just said
no,
you don't watch
you
it.
Said, no, what you said. No, what you said is done.
Never mind,
how can I
we
tell
didn't make it. No, we're not getting nowhere.
Beforecast. But what you're doing, you want to tell those people don't get a job unless black people own the company.
No, I didn't say
so.
that.
Let's say that for all black people.
I didn't say nothing about getting a job. I said watching football.
No, that ain't what you just said. No, what you said was football. What you just said was football.
No,
you
that
said
was a whole
football and
different
NBA
station.
is done.
Yeah,
you said
it's
football
done.
and
We're
NBA
gonna start watching it. Yeah, because you said you don't watch it no more. So I'm like, okay, I was moving on. But you don't. You want to make an excuse and have it both ways.
No,
you can't do
the
that.
people that have to discuss it still watch it. I don't watch it. I keep telling you that.
I
don't even know why that question keeps coming.
So I know that's what I'm saying. So it's done.
Like, I don't even mention that because I don't watch it. I don't watch sports.
So okay, so that would make my statement correct then. So we are done. Like, okay, so football, we ain't gotta worry about that. Basketball, we're not watching it, right? That's what I'm saying.
I don't watch it.
Yeah, so it's done. We're not watching it no more, right?
No, I don't watch it.
Okay,
but I
okay.
can't tell nobody else.
I'm not
I ain't
telling
gonna. I
nobody
can't.
else. I'm asking you.
I can't
That's
tell
my
nobody.
point.
But
I
why do
was
you?
asking you.
But the question. But why do you keep asking? I've already said 100 times. I don't watch none of that. I don't even talk about
I
it.
know. I
Because I
know.
know I can't
That's
stop
why I was
nobody
moving
else.
on, Bakari. That's why I was moving on. That's why I was like, okay, so football back. That's why I was saying it was done. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I was saying, okay, you know what I'm saying? I think you kind of want to low key watch it still. That's why you're making excuses and you're trying to
If
make
it's something I
excuses
wanted,
for
if it's something I wanted to, if it's something
to
I
still
wanted to do,
be
I
black
would
first
do.
or something. Okay.
If it's something I wanted to, if it's something I wanted to do, I would do. I don't have to make an excuse for anything that I want to do. I'm grown. I ain't got to make no excuse.
All right. Now it just sounded like you was on both sides of the fence. That's all I'm saying. But okay, let me show you this.
You know what? Wait, let me show you something. People say I'm on both sides of the fence because I say I ain't gonna tell a young man, don't go make money to change your life and change your family life.
That's not why I said it. I said because you start going off when I was like football and basketball is done, and you was like, no. That's how.
No,
That's
when
why I
you
was
say
like,
it's done, no, when it's done, no, because when people say it's done, no, it's done. Our people need to be done with that. Like, don't play it. I'm like, I can't tell them don't go make money if they got an opportunity to change their life and change their family.
Okay. I would say this though. Don't tell me nothing about Jerry Jones if you go sit there and watch the Cowboys. I would say that's done. How about that? Right? Don't tell me nothing about this is racist and that is racist if you're gonna sit there and cooperate with it. I can say that, can it? Because that's my point.
You can absolutely say that. But see, this is the thing. When you show Dak, right? Even when they kneel, I knew how Dak was. Like showing that's why I say you got to show somebody else.
So why would I support them then?
Dak ain't gonna ever cross a line. Ever.
But that's my point. I don't think I'm gonna leave it on because we're gonna go. That's gonna be another topic because I got something to show on that, and I skipped that topic. But because that's what I'm saying. Your friend, I don't think will cross the line. And if he would you trust somebody who would do that to their own family? That's my point about them coming to the cookout, which is metaphorically about having them in your circle. You know how black people, oh, this person is cool, so you're invited to the cookout. You know what I'm saying? Tim Wise, you talk about this, you're invited to the cookout. I'm saying if we're going to have the smoke for black people, which we should, we ain't going to give anybody else a pass, and I don't care who they are. You know what I'm saying? Including
look, you gave all them people a pass spewing that Alex Jones nonsense during the pandemic. Everything came out of black folk mouth, came from Alex Jones.
What you talking
Everything about? And nobody. I'm the only person said something. Everything.
No, you was telling people they need to get it. I was saying they don't need to force it on nobody. You were saying they need to force it on nobody. I don't agree with that.
I didn't tell nobody they need to get nothing. About black folks don't need to be judging somebody.
And I ain't never say none of the stuff that you said. And I say you can't force me to do it.
I didn't say you said it.
Now, if you want to follow them and listen to what white people tell you on that point, I got you. That's fine. You know what I'm saying? But I'm saying you can't tell me to do that. You know what I'm saying? And my points was like they couldn't answer the thing, which is that's a whole nother topic, Bakari. That's a whole nother topic. But we can go down.
And we can't because you say if I want to listen to white folks, I wasn't listening to white folks. The people who was spewing all the conspiracies, who nobody ever said nothing about but me, was spewing everything that came from a white dude, Alex Jones. Everything they said is what he said first.
Bakari.
And nobody never said nothing like Alex Jones cared.
No, hold on, because that's a bunch of BS. Because number one, you came on my thing and said it, and I wanted the sister to come on, and I understand why she didn't. You know what I'm saying? But I wanted her to come on. But you know what I'm saying? On top of that, you know what I'm saying? It's things that you cannot answer about that, and that's why I'm saying we can go down that. But it ain't got nothing to do for me. When I say what I said about me, it ain't got nothing to do. And you know what the thing is? I ain't been sick, and you know. Like, yo, that's a whole nother thing, Bakari. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm like. You can't force that on nobody, though. You can't make me do it. You know what I'm saying? Like, that ain't
the point.
That was my point, though. No, but you try to say I gave a pass or something. No, I was like, you can't force me, and I'm gonna say that every time. You know what I'm saying? That was my point.
And what I said was, you gave people a pass. He was spewing all the Alex Jones nonsense.
Nah. Because
Forcing somebody
the
ain't got
point
nothing to
is,
do with
I can ask the question right now, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, and that's the point, you know what I'm saying? Like, and number one, and number two, like, that's like me saying, oh, you give Tyreek a pass. No, that's like me saying you give all of these other people a pass and all of it. Like, yo, I could say you give a whole bunch of Coons passes that I don't say, Bakari, you know what I'm saying? All
You
the
know
time.
what? And you probably can. And guess what? And guess what I say? Yep, they be cooning. Yep, and I gave him a pass.
No, and that's what I'm saying. I did not, because I was like, I don't agree with because I actually said I don't agree with it. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not gonna get on here and bash other black people either. You know what I'm saying? Like, I talk about all of it because I was like, I don't agree with saying something and you don't know about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I do disagree with a mandate. You know what I'm saying? But also, I would have questions about, you know what I'm saying, back, like, you know, what are the consequences? And I still haven't heard of nobody really having no answer for that. You know what I'm saying? But yo, that's why I wanted to skip it.
I disagree. I disagreed with a mandate as well. You shouldn't have to. I don't think they should have forced nobody to take no damn shot. I don't even agree with damn shots. But shit, because being in the military, like I said, being in the military ain't no. Once I was in this man's military, ain't no telling what was in me any goddamn way. In all honesty.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, I knew people who lost their jobs who have never been sick with it. You know what I'm saying? Who still haven't got it and got it. They're good now. They got other jobs, but they never got it, and they still never got sick or none of that. You know what I'm saying? Nobody around them got sick, but they lost their job, and I have a problem with that part of it. You know what I'm saying?
And I understand that, and like I said, and I understand they probably shouldn't have lost their job. But I also know somebody who died from it, like my cousin husband, literally died from it. And when I say that, people would ignore it and go into their conspiratorial rhetoric saying, how do you know they died from that? They died from something else. I ain't no doctor, and neither are you. But I know my cousin, she was sick with it. Her daughter was sick with it. And when they got out of intensive care, the husband was dead. And they all had it at the same time. But he died. And that's what I was saying when I was like, they were doing it. But we can go on to something else. But I'm just saying, you trying to get me, but you can't get me.
Nah, you was reaching on that one. You see, you brought up a whole nother topic trying to get out of Dak, trying to cape for Dak Prescott. You know what I'm saying?
I can't cape for, I'm not trying to cape for Dak Prescott.
And you still,
I can't cape for Dak Prescott. When they were kneeling, Dak Prescott said him.
But you know, Deion Sanders got a black wife. Deion Sanders won't know no boat with no, or he might have been. I don't know if he was or not back in the day. But that, you know, Ezekiel Elliott, you know what I'm saying, they got in trouble at a stadium with a white girl.
You showed you were talking about Michael Irvin the other day. We were talking about Michael Irvin, right?
Yeah.
I got this. Oh, did you? You got the video when he was talking about how he used to have the pretty blonde, blue-eyed women waiting for him?
Nah, I ain't see that.
Yeah.
But nah, I want you to see, the dude Ryan Clark. He went in on Dak Prescott. I'm gonna play a little bit, and then we're gonna skip to the rest so we can get out of here.
Flipped it back on the media. RC, I know you guys had a really lively discussion about this on the pivot. What do you think you need to hear from Jerry Jones out of this going forward?
I don't really need to hear anything from Jerry Jones. Everything I've ever needed to hear from Jerry Jones has given me. I think the picture is not necessarily what people should be focused on. Think about some pictures or some things that you did at the age of 14. Jerry Jones was growing up in the 50s in Arkansas, where segregation wasn't
sitting there lying to black people.
Segregation was the norm. Prejudice was the
handing
norm.
out hot dogs,
Racism was the norm. So then you
But
have to see
wait a minute, before Cass. He is literally.
Oh man! Don't put this. Come on, don't do this.
He is literally right now giving him a pass. Don't focus on the picture. He is from the South.
No. He's talking about what Dak Prescott said.
No, but I'm talking about how he giving Jerry Jones a pass.
No. He's not saying that. He's saying he's repeating what Dak Prescott said. You know what I'm saying? He's not saying that. He's gonna go in on. No.
Started from the beginning.
Yeah, he gonna go in on Jerry Jones and later on in this. He gonna talk about Jerry Jones.
Need to hear anything from Jerry Jones.
Discussion about this on the pivot. What do you think you need to hear from Jerry Jones out of this going forward?
I don't really need to hear anything from Jerry Jones. Everything I've ever needed to hear from Jerry Jones has given me. I think the picture is not necessarily what people should be focused on. Think about some pictures or some things that you did at the age of 14. Jerry Jones was growing up in the 50s in Arkansas, where segregation wasn't the anomaly. Segregation.
Yeah, watch how he going in. Like, he's saying that he's I don't need the picture because he's whatever, you know what I'm saying?
Was the norm. Prejudice was the norm.
Because he's going in on Dak Prescott for saying that was a long time ago, you know what I'm saying?
Racism was the norm. So then you have to say to yourself, but is this Jerry Jones's foundation? Has Jerry Jones grown from this foundation? And I agree with Dak, who was in an enviable. I didn't envy his position in the sense that he has to talk about his owner. He has to stay on the right side of that.
Wait, he had to talk about who? What the hell? That was a little bit awkward.
His position in the sense that he has to talk about his owner. He has to stay
See,
on the
forecast, forecast what you did
stuff.
Forecast what you made a mistake with. Forecast. Those were his words in the beginning. You heard him say he agreed with that.
No, watch what he said. Watch what he said. You know what I'm saying? He was like, "Is that he in a tough position to have to speak about his owner?" That's why I stopped it right there. You know what I'm saying? He gonna be like, what he like, you know, he's like gonna go in on Dak Prescott. You know what I'm saying?
I didn't envy his position in the sense that he has to talk about his owner. He has to stay on the right side of that. This is an owner who's only had 2 black defensive coordinators throughout his tenure on the team. I think that lasted 3 or 4 years. He's never had a black offensive coordinator. He's never had a black head coach. We've never been in a conversation that a black head coach was close to getting a job in Dallas. When they were interviewing for Mike McCarthy's hire, Mike McCarthy stayed at his house when he was on his interview. And I think also the black candidate, who I believe was Marvin Lewis, did not stay at his house, right? There's a difference there. Also, think about 2016, 2017, 2018. Jerry Jones said that any protest throughout the game is a disrespect of the American flag. It's a disrespect of the country. And he will not have a player be a part of those protests. And when he was finally forced to allow his team to protest, he hijacked it, right? He made it something that was about Jerry Jones. He made it something that was about America. But that wasn't what was being talked about. It was about police brutality. It was about the way that black Americans are being treated differently from white Americans, and differently as far as the way that they're talked to, and the way that they're policed, and the way that they're legislated, and the way that they're treated in the courts. All those things were different, but Jerry Jones wouldn't allow his players to talk about that. There were people who had issues with Dak Prescott because Jerry Jones said, "No, not on my team." Now, see, that's where it comes into play. That's
why people had issues with who? Bring it out, man.
Because Jerry Jones said, "No, not on his players to talk about that." There were people who had issues with Dak Prescott because Jerry Jones said, "No, not on my team."
Right.
Now, see,
they
that's
talking about,
where it comes into.
They said when Dak was cooning back then, people had a problem with Dak Prescott because he said, "Not on my team." You know what I'm saying? So a long time ago, when I can't say he cooning because, you know what I'm saying, he's mulatto, you know what I'm saying? There's no disrespect to that. It just has to be sanctions that come with it, which include, you know what I'm saying, maybe not being invited to the cookout sometimes, you know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying.
You know what? I'm gonna tell you something. This is Ryan Clark, right? And what he said, then he sounded like he had a little fire. But ain't this the same man that cried because a white woman called his son a nigger in Arizona, and he sat on TV and cried and say, "I taught my kids wrong. I told my children racism was over." Ain't that the same?
He got his wake up call.
You don't remember that?
Call. No, I don't remember that. No, I don't know that. I didn't see that shit.
You don't?
No, I didn't see that joint.
You was on the panel with me when he did. Yeah, because I said another black man crying on TV.
Oh no, I missed it.
He was crying.
I gotta look that joint up, damn. But he got his wake up call.
Maybe that was his wake up call. But I remember him talking about, man, I raised my children wrong. I taught my children there was no racism in America anymore. Racism is over with. He sounded like a completely different person. I would give him his pride. He sounded, because he sat on there and started crying. She could have killed my son. And then whatever restaurant they was at, took up for the white lady. The manager took up for the white lady.
Oh yeah, he learned the hard way.
Yeah, because you know his son go to school and go to one of them Arizona schools, Arizona or Arizona State. You know what I mean of us out there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I remember that shit.
But see, even
he said on TV Prime.
But see, even he holding Dak Prescott feet to the fire. But you like, no, go ahead. We can let you in and out as you please. You know what I'm saying? It's fine. We can let you in when we want you, but let you out when we don't. You know what I'm saying? It's fine. It's fine.
I'm gonna tell you something else, right? The crazy thing about that, the only thing that I heard about Dak Prescott doing that, which I thought was weak. Well, we have been kneeling and marching. It's time for us to do something else. But he never say what else to do. You know who Dallas? You know who the people on TV and everything put out front as the one who was against kneeling? The player, you know who they made the poster? You know the player they made the poster child for that?
Who that?
Was the black wide receiver, Dez Bryant. Dez Bryant came out and said, I don't care what people say about me. I need my check. I need my $10 million. I ain't gonna kneel because I need my check.
Yeah, but then
and everybody made him the poster child for that. Everybody made him the post. See, didn't nobody even know I didn't even know they was going at that. Because the media and everybody was just going at Dez Bryant. They never said anything, but they just really talked about Dez Bryant.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Dez Bryant was said on the I think it was on that show with Brandon Marshall and them. And he said, like, oh yeah, I get why they was doing it now. You know what I'm saying? Like he changed his mind now. You know what I'm saying? Now that he's out the league. You know what I'm saying?
You know why he changed his mind, right?
Why is that?
You know why he changed his mind, right?
Why is that?
That next year he was owed $15 million and Jerry Jones cut him. All of a sudden he ain't in the league no more. Oh, I understand now.
Yeah, that's my point. That's what I'm saying. He said his owner in the beginning. He was like his owner, Jerry Jones. Like, bro, like that's weird, bro. Like, why would this old white dude call this young, athletic, talented brother who would probably kill him in one punch? You know what I'm saying? And say he's his owner. It's because and it's money, you know what I'm saying? But if Dak Prescott get hurt, he would do the same thing he did to you know what I'm saying? He still might at the end of this year.
And Dez Bryant wouldn't even hurt. They just cut him to create some room for somebody else who he was better than. He wasn't even, and then he couldn't get back in the league. He got back in the league for 6 games. That's it. And I need my check. I need my $10 million. That's why I'm not. That's exactly what he came out and said. I need my check. I ain't gonna kneel. And at that moment, I'm like, okay, well, at least he came out and said. I respect the fact that he said he need his check. But they made him the poster child. They didn't even. I'm telling you, I didn't hear none of this about that. They only talked about Dez Bryant.
Yeah, that was I ain't gonna front because Dak had made comments and he was on that like, oh, you know, all lives matter kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that's the thing, Bakari. Like I mean, you know, people might get mad at that. Sanctions have to happen to stop an activity from happening. There has to be some kind of penalty, and this is not even a stiff penalty. And you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, Bakari, you can let him go. It's okay. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, you can let that fall into the fire. Let Ezekiel fall into the fire. There's all of them, man. Let them go, man.
No, like I said, I ain't even know Dak had said that because they never talked about Dak. They only talked about Dez Bryant. That was it.
All right, okay.
They only talked about Dez Bryant.
All right. I'm just trying to get one more person on because right now I'm on a suicide mission. So right now, if you with me, then there's 2 people on the suicide mission, and we'll get enough as a martyr.
So now I know what Dak said. But Raw is right. You see what Raw put in there? Them the same players because they was good in sports. The same. They would graduate high school and couldn't read because the white folks didn't care about them. Just wanted them to play sports. You don't remember? I had not even been living. Was it Wilbur Marshall? I don't think it was a Wilbur Marshall.
Yeah,
he was a defensive. Yeah, that's way before your time. Played. I bet your daddy know who he is. Played with the Redskins. I'm trying to think of his damn name. He a Hall of Famer. he had been in the league about 7 seasons, maybe a little bit long, 8, and came and he had to read something. And while he was at the podium, he had to prepare a speech at the podium. And he went to the podium and didn't prepare a speech, was just talking and started crying because he came out. I couldn't read. He had been in the league a long. Dexter Manley. You ever heard of him?
Yeah, I heard of that name before.
Yeah, way before your time. But yeah, Dexter Manley. That's the one who say he couldn't read. Yep. So like my homeboy who ran track for. I told him I got a homeboy ran track for Norfolk State, right?
Mm-hmm.
Shit. He say when he went to college, and he ain't. Hopefully he ain't, because he probably wouldn't want me. But he like shit. He was on like the 3rd grade level. And he done graduated high school. He done went through grade school, middle school, high school. And he was on like the 3rd grade level in read. But he could run fast. He was good in track. And he said when he went to college, that he realized how far behind he was. So therefore, he so he got in the library and worked and learned to read.
Yeah, that's good though, you know, because that's true. You know, a lot of them just get passed through because they only care about our talent, like our bodies and stuff. Like, and I'm gonna put it out there. Like, I was reading like the book or audio listening to the book, The Delectable Negro, and it's like, you know, our body, our athletics, and all of this stuff is like a sick kind of. That's a whole sick lane. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna go down that. But Raw, you know what I'm saying? Let's keep going for Raw leave. You know, Raw the only one still active.
Look what Raw put in the chat. Hey, look at Raw last comment though.
Right. He got Bakari done voted for him and whatever. But
stop man, will you stop telling people I voted for some?
Yo, you keep trying to put it on Erica. I'm just thinking I'm trying to take over Erica. That's all. But nah.
Hey, you're welcome.
But Raw, you know what I'm saying?
Who's one of the smartest animals out there?
Yo, Raw, I think we're making a little bit of progress with Bakari here, Raw. So I'm gonna go ahead and skip this. You know what I'm saying? I think we're getting somewhere with Bakari right now. But you know, this is other boy. He grew up. Well, I ain't gonna say grew up. He was y'all know he's probably the same age. So he was sitting there watching it, drinking a beer, probably. You know what I'm saying? Watching this boy Michael Irvin and Emmitt Smith.
Michael Irvin about 5-6 years older than me. He along with Dion, prime time.
Oh, so you was like in high school watching them or something. All right.
Man, I keep telling you, in the 80s, bro, we used to listen to HBCU on the radio.
Yo, so I want you to play that. I want to play one part and then the other part when we talking about Jerry Jones. So I want you to hear the part he talking about black coaches and then hear this.
For you that he may not even get here.
A desire to play in Dallas. Strong ass hand, like, oh my God. I had to be on air the next morning, Sunday morning. I took a private plan Jerry gave me. Take something to try to go to sleep. Wake me up, and when I fly, I take some, just go try to.
Much of the communication or chemistry issues or whatever you want to make the communication issues even more.
My bad, y'all.
Imagine what would.
It's gonna be starting over and then be losing the spot.
To integrate him properly, no doubt with you. So he's integrated back into the office. So we can do it with Odell in Miami.
Those other NFL insiders that you work with, what was the Jeff Saturday reaction?
Well, listen, man, let's be real with what this is. It's exactly what Coach Flores was talking about that's going on in Miami.
Now he's talking about the football coach who sued because of racism, because black coaches aren't getting hired in the football or in NFL. And, they got a black person to throw it out too, by the way, you know what I'm saying? A black lawyer to defend the NFL. So, that's who we said with that case. So this is what Michael Irvin is talking about. The case when black football coaches are suing the NFL.
You're giving guys jobs that have no qualifications for those jobs over other qualified African Americans. This way, which I realized and recognized and spoke about on TV, it's a little loophole in the old Rooney Rule here, because you're supposed to interview minority candidates. But if it's an interim job, you don't have to necessarily, you can just hire and hire somebody for the interim job. Now, no matter what kind of job Jeff Saturday does, if he doesn't do a well, it's a great job. He said, well, we weren't doing well anyway. We want to give him a good, clean shot. And if you take his job, give him the job moving forward, nobody can say anything because, he did get 8 games with the team. So yeah, that's a little strange. That's a little strange in itself right there. And I think it's talk about Jeff Saturday not having any NFL experience. We all knew that. It shocked us all, But hey, I know Jeff Saturday knows the game of football, and I believe he's a good leader of men. But I think it takes more to be a head coach in the NFL.
Would you?
All right. Okay, Michael Irvin. Now, what do you think about Jerry Jones, Michael Irvin?
The picture, Jerry sitting in the back. I see. I all I can do is tell you what I was calling, but I was
on the Jerry Jones Arkansas photo and that story.
Yeah, I get people calling me, man. I haven't even returned that call. I feel sorry because I know Peter King was calling, but I was on set and I guess he wanted to do something. I didn't return his call on him because I was busy working. But listen, man. Let me tell you something. All I can do is tell you what I know about Jerry, and I hear people say a lot of things, but I go by what I know. I know the man to be a righteous man, a very good man, and I see. Am I going to take some picture that was 65 years old, I don't know, 14, 15 years old?
That's what Dak said. Oh, maybe we should give him a pass. Or no. He's full black. He got to get half white in him for Bakari to give him a pass.
Looking at the picture, I see the picture. Somebody sent it to me right away. And I said, okay, all right, what is this? And I'm looking at the picture. Jerry sitting in the back, and it was in Arkansas back in, I don't know, 65, 56, 57, whenever that was. Everybody in the South was a certain way back in those days. That's just what it was. Everybody in the South was a certain way.
That contradicts what Jerry Jones said, because Jerry Jones said he was curious. Nobody knew why anybody was down there. Everybody was just curious to why they were down there. That's not what he said, Michael Irvin.
Here at the front of that line, like I see that dude with a cigarette in his mouth.
God.
Right? I'm like, if anybody knows you now, oh my God, if you got any kind of thing going, they're going to kill you. But Jerry looked like a curious 14, 15-year-old kid that was looking, and his face didn't look like he was there for battle. Not like the cigarette dude. He didn't look like that. So that's just kind of how I took it, man. We can go on a picture. You can make a picture do whatever you want it to do. You can make it say whatever you want it to say, or you can ask.
All right. We already get this. So now look, Bakari, for the last 30 years.
You can't make a picture do how
right.
You can't
exactly.
You can't just put something. You can make a picture do whatever it is you want it to do.
Right.
No, cannot.
Hey, Bakari, look, I want to put you in the picture. That's what I wanted to do. Let me put Bakari in the picture, punching him in the face. Can I make it do that?
Yeah, go ahead, do that. Make that picture do what you wanted to do.
Nah, yeah, I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry.
No, but I'm just saying, but that don't even make sense.
Yeah.
That don't.
Now look, Bakari,
but he got him a job on TV now, doing a lot of screaming and clowning, acting a donkey.
Yeah. Now look, though, Bakari. Now we gotta ask ourselves some questions, like maybe, like your views got compromised because it's been like 30 years you've been supporting, or some people will call it, they use the word Mobutu. You know what I'm saying? Who have Mobutu characteristics, and it's been 30 years. And we also know, right, because I'm going to be a conspiracy theorist here. We know Deion Sanders, right, played for the Dallas Cowboys and Jerry Jones. We also know he defended Jerry Jones, right? And we know that these players have owners, you know what I'm saying? But you also have an affinity for certain players that you give a pass, you know what I'm saying? So maybe like you being compromised, you know what I'm saying, with, you know what I'm saying, your owner, Jerry Jones, and your favorite players and your favorite team. And it made you compromise. And then it got me and Erica compromised because you gave, you know what I'm saying, Deion Sanders a pass on the strength of Jerry Jones, you know what I'm saying? Because you get so caught up in sports.
What the hell did Jerry Jones have to do with me giving Deion Sanders? Giving Deion Sanders.
He used to play for Deion Sanders. You used to watch him because he was your favorite player, and you used to watch him because you give some players a pass. So you like, oh, and then you see this opportunity, like, yo, now you got blinded, like, cause you know better, cause like we all know, like, but you got blinded, like, cause he had the light, like, oh, Jerry Jones and the Cowboys and supporting players because they're in the NFL.
No, let me show you something. I'm gonna show you something, right? I was a Jerry Rice fan. I was a Warren Moon fan.
Oh, damn.
I was a Warren Moon fan.
Because they went to HBCUs.
Yeah, from his Warren Moon didn't. Warren Moon went to the University of Washington. Warren Moon was one of the first players come out talk about all the racism they go through in sports at those big schools, and he was the first one talking about people need to stop talking about down south. He was from Seattle, and he went to the University of Washington in the 70s, and he was talking about how they used to call him the N-word the whole damn game. Even the fans of his school used to call him the N-word. Why is that N-word on the field? He said the whole damn game.
Yeah, but I ain't gonna say nothing about Warren Moon. I used to like Warren Moon, but I was young, you know what I'm saying? So that's my excuse. Bakari ain't really got an excuse. But yo, like, so you was still a fan of Jerry Rice when he was doing like Popeyes commercials and stuff?
I was a fan of Jerry Rice when he played football. Yeah. Then he married a white woman. Then plus, and another thing, like Jerry Rice, man, is just a regular dude though. Like if you was to meet Jerry Rice, my cousins went to school with him, and part of his wife, his ex-wife, was from the same part of Mississippi I'm from. He from Mississippi, but he from a different part. So he used to cut. Jerry Rice was just a regular dude, man. Like he played in the softball league. I wasn't old enough. He played in the softball league with my brothers. He used to come play basketball, don't care where it was, in the hood, wherever. Jerry Rice was just a regular dude, but I was a Jerry Rice fan. He went to an HBCU, and he did look out for the people that looked out for him when he was little, though. I'll give him that. He put some black folk on. A couple of black people, he looked out for them that looked out for him when he was little. But I'm just talking about football when I say I was a fan.
I know, but but maybe that's why, you know, dudes like that could be like, yo, and what? You know what I'm saying? But if it was on the other hand, they'd be like, oh no, well, you gotta apologize and go to the ADL and pay $500,000 and say you ain't got nothing to do with this thing and it's all lies. And maybe because we like, oh man, I'm a fan of a brother who has an owner, right? You know what I'm saying? And we saying we should support, because actually we supporting the owners, you know what I'm saying? And I'm just saying, I know you was a fan of Deion Sanders, and maybe you was vulnerable. Because right now,
Rice, bro. Deion tried to stick Jerry Rice. I was a fan of Deion when he went to Jackson State. I was a fan of Jerry Rice, bro. He tried to stick Jerry Rice.
I don't know. I think you owe Erica a formal apology. And yo, if anybody's still in the chat raw, I'm pretty sure you'll agree. Like, what do y'all think? Like, Bakari should get like what do y'all think? A 1 or 2 year ban about talking sports? Because we didn't even have to go to boxing because it's a wrap already. You know what I'm saying? Like, what do y'all think?
I know you really don't want to go to boxing.
Oh man, we don't want to go to boxing and show people get knocked out for real. You know what I'm saying?
You really don't want to go to boxing.
Hey, Bakari, hey, you want to show Charles Barkley? Because this is one last video I want you to see, but you want to see the Charles Barkley jump, or you want to skip it?
Oh, you never see that when he said what he said about black folks?
Black folks is worse to gay people than anybody in America. All right, so I'm gonna show y'all because at the beginning he talking about Kyrie, so we're gonna skip that because you already know.
You're covering sports, but you're speaking out about Something wrong happening, Don. I'm gonna say something. If
See,
people wrong
listen.
when it comes to race or homophobic or sexist, you should always say something. So, I'm always gonna do that. I don't care about the repercussions.
Let me look up what he said about Tamir Rice real quick. Hold on. Let me. Matter of fact, Trayvon Martin. Let me see what he said about. Well, it was nothing. I'm sorry. So let me show you the part I want you that I was telling you about, Bakari.
I wonder what you make of the election results that we've been talking about.
I do have to say, and then I'll let you guys jump.
Later, we're still saying having racial conversations 60 years later.
He had to hit
sad.
Yeah.
It makes me mad, but it really just makes me sad that 60 years later, we're still saying having racial conversations 60 years later.
And 60 years later from what? 60 years ago was what 1960? 60 years from what? And we're still having conversations.
So look, almost more than a
Watch
decade
this.
ago, I do have to say, and then I'll let you guys jump in here because I don't want to hog this conversation. One of the first people to contact me after I came out was this man right here. And that was over a decade ago. So these issues are really important to you, and you always stand up for people's individual rights.
Well, Don, first of all, one thing that always has disturbed me as a black person, which really bothers me about the Kyrie Irving situation and the Kanye West situation. First of all, being black in America is already hard enough. And for us to go at other ethnic groups just makes things worse because it's hard enough being black. And one thing has always disappointed me, black people treat gay people, we are the worst when it comes to treating gay people. And that's one thing growing up, it really always bothers me. And I want to reach out to you and all my gay friends, all my transgender friends, and tell you, man, I got nothing but love and respect for you. I want you to be you. And I wanted you to know that day, because I understand being black, what it's like being gay, because you get mistreated, and it's really unfortunate and sad and stupid, to be honest with you.
But you live in
Now, let me tell you something about these faggot slave owners. You know what I'm saying? These faggots, you know what I'm saying? And they would literally rape little boys and kill you. A lot of that stuff was sexual in nature. You know what I'm saying? That whole domination stuff. And like, yo, I show what Jeffrey Dahmer, like that whole consumption of stuff, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, they try to consume another man's energy on some homophilic kind of nature. And the things that they did to little boys, you know what I'm saying? I'm not even talking about the little girls, little boys and grown men, you know what I'm saying? And the whole sexual nature that they have towards, you know what I'm saying? And this ain't got nothing to do with black people, because you know what? He tried to make it seem like, oh, well, let me reach out to him because black people is just so horrible to gay people. You know what I'm saying? Well, apparently they had to have a whole movement because, it's not accepted. I mean, there's a whole thing called like Christianity and all of that, you know what I'm saying? But you also notice that he was on there to talk about Kyrie Irving and this whole anti-Semitic thing and how they try to link us to this hatred. And Bakari, when I be like, we're not racist, just like if I be like, we're not homophobic, it doesn't mean like, you know what I'm saying, whatever, you know what I'm saying, we can't be homophobic. I'm just saying like right now we're not, you know what I'm saying, because they try to link us to all of these things that we're really not, as a form of deflection from the truth, you know what I'm saying? And it's just ironic that at a time where they was talking about Kyrie Irving, anti-Semitic, and the backlash for the black community, they had him on there to talk about homophobia or whatever, you know what I'm saying, how black people are. Yo, you want to say something?
But this is my thing, right? This is my thing. Black people always get the rap for being hateful toward other people, right? But when it comes to us, we just have to be accepting, even accepting of the hate. But when they say we are the ones that's hateful toward homophiles, right? Why is it when you start looking up people that's beat or just going out their way to find someone that's gay and beat them or kill them, it's always a white person? It's always a white person. It's not black people. I'm quite sure everybody that grew up and knew somebody who was gay and didn't give a damn about him being gay. You just wasn't around them. I didn't care because we ain't hang around gay folk. We ain't going out our way. Well, we hate him because he gay. He in our town. Let's kill him because he gay. We just don't be around them. So they try, I guess, us not wanting to hang around gay people. Like, I don't have nothing in common with the gay man, right? I don't have nothing in common with Don Lemon other than we're black. There's no need for me to act like I'm going to hang out with Don Lemon or anything they call a transgender. I don't think there's a such thing as a transgender because you can't change your gender. I was in the store. We was in the store. I was buying my daughter some clothes, and we went to the register. And they had one of those things working at the register and told my daughter, well, they got some more on sale over there. I looked at him, and I told my daughter, now he trying to be a woman. I said, and I put emphasis on it. I say, babe, Jacoby, they said, he said, I put emphasis on he. He said, it's some over there on sale. You want to go look at what's on sale over there? Like, and I'm not, just because you confused, I don't have to call you that. You're a boy. That's what you is. You're a he. And I don't care what they say. They can't make me do that. I'm gonna tell you something, man. You don't have any kids yet, right, Forecast?
No.
I'm gonna tell you something. We was going. My daughter was sick, right? We was going to get this physical for something, and she was also sick. And I went to this one doctor because the one doctor we had, I don't know, they moved their office, and I didn't know where they went. So we were looking for a doctor, and the doctors in the area, I went to 3 doctors. The first 2, they were white because my daughter was sick. I wanted to check, but you had to fill out paper talking about what gender was she assigned at birth. I said, that's my daughter. That's a girl. So then the third one I went to, that was the 2 white. The third one I went to was a black doctor. He don't have those forms in there talking about what gender. He said, man, I ain't doing that. That's your daughter, right? I'm like, yeah. He said, well, shit, I don't need no form talking about no what gender she was assigned. She was born a she. She was born a little girl. She's a young lady now. I didn't assign that to her. It was assigned to her at birth. When she came out the womb, that's what she was. I didn't. You understand what I'm saying? That's crazy as hell.
Yeah, I mean, look, my belief is, what I'm saying, I mean, it's irrelevant, I think, what I'm saying, but my personal belief, if you born with a vagina, you're a woman. If you're born with a penis, you're a dude, what I'm saying? That's my belief. But I will say this, what I'm saying, shouts out to people like Sha'Carri Richardson. I got that sister back all day, and I don't care if she gay or not, what I'm saying? So, like, I know that she's black only, what I'm saying? I disagree with anybody who's anything, what I'm saying? Like, if people be like, yo, I'm gay first, I disagree with that. But also, I would disagree with if you be like, I'm a Christian first, I'm a Democrat first, I'm a fill in the blank first, what I'm saying? I disagree that black people, and this is my problem with like sports, and like maybe we can use it in a positive way, but like, for the Dallas Cowboys, there are so many black men that'll say, we did this, we did this, we did that. But for black people, they'll be like, oh, I ain't black, you know what I'm saying? Like, or they try to distance themselves, or they'll be the first one to say, oh, we ain't all this, but they'll be the first ones to be like, we. It's probably 50 million black men in America right now that'll say we to Dallas Cowboys alone, probably, you know what I'm saying? Let alone to any kind of football team. Imagine if we had that to realize, because we all know that, oh, even the coons like, oh, the black community has this wrong and this wrong. We all know the things that is wrong, but imagine if we said we for ourselves, you know what I'm saying? Instead of organizations where owners own 70%, in the words of Deion Sanders, 70% of black players, you know what I'm saying? Yo, hey, let me play Craig Hodges, because you mentioned Abdul Rauf, and I want you to play the last video because I don't want to get too late, you know what I'm saying? So let me play Craig Hodges, and it's only like a minute or two with Craig Hodges and like a minute of whatchamacallit.
One of the things for me, brother, is how like whenever issues like this come up, it's amazing how I don't know how it works. Like Charles now.
Because we always speak on these brothers, Craig Hodges and Abdul Rauf, so I wanted these brothers to speak for themselves.
Charles, Shaq, do somebody come up to them and say, hey, here's the script? You know what I'm saying? So I'm looking at how can it be that when it came out, you know, we have black people coming after the brother harder than them people. And I'm wondering, I'm like, man, is it a Kareem? And I'm like, Cap, come on, man. Come on, brother. You know, and that part to me is just like, you know, that's something we could never harness, to be able to go to their community and get them to speak against them. You know, and that's the part where it's like, come on.
Them brothers still ain't sold out, Bakari, like in the black community. And this is where we got to take accountability, because we ask the players to do it, but the players that do it, we don't be there for them, because they should have lived the same life they would have lived if they played in the NBA, if it was about that life, you know what I'm saying? But this brother is still talking that.
Yep. You know, the one thing I can say about, Mahmoud, right?
That's Craig Hodges right here.
Yeah, I know, but I know they both on there together. And what I'm finna say, the only reason I ain't said about Craig Hodges, because I don't know if anybody went to him. I can say this. He went overseas and played, but when he came back, you know how he made his living though?
How?
A lot of those NBA players looked up to what they did, and they went to him for training. They learned to shoot and handle the ball. I know you know who Kemba Walker is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they used to pay him. That's how he made his living. That's how he was making his living. Black NBA players was going to him for training.
That's what's up.
Yep, they say they respect what he did and they respect him. They damn sure did. He used to be a lot of videos of him doing it on YouTube. They used to have a lot of videos. Nate Robinson, I think Nate Robinson is another one that went. Yeah, it was a lot of them that used to go to him.
Yeah. And oh yeah, I hear you, Raw, you know, because we saw last time they might be aliens. Who knows? You know what I'm saying? They might be. You might be right. But yo, and that's why
I agree.
But yo, so I gotta shout them out, you know what I'm saying? Maybe that brother in the do-rag was right, you know what I'm saying? Tradition matters, you know what I'm saying? Because some people, we do have to look at track records here, you know what I'm saying? Like, these brothers still haven't sold out, even though I ain't gonna say, well, I will say we didn't have their back as a community. I'm not gonna say certain players didn't or certain people didn't. But as a community, you know what I'm saying, if we were in the right mind state, these brothers should have lived the life they were supposed to live, you know what I'm saying? But they still haven't sold out, so I got to salute them, you know what I'm saying? Got to show some positive after all the cooning, you know what I'm saying, we just seen today.
Come on, man, how much, and we don't want to say selling out, you know, you my brother, but at the same time, there's a clear delineation that's going on right now, man. I think, you know, we have to stand on those principles that got us here. You know, I think, you know, a lot of the bread that brothers are making, they're not seeing the historical legacy that the ancestors sacrificed for us to get there. And we here in this vacuum bubble that, man, I got this God-given talent and it's about me and hey, you know, but then when you have young brothers like Kyrie, who is, you know, taking the time to check out his history, you know, and being able to, that's the, I think
you violate scripture. You can't be
I remember seeing you mentioned this word, they don't want to have the discussion. Why? By having, and this is huge for me, really huge. And it should be for a lot. The fact that it's not that they don't know this. They are, the objective is to silence because they don't want, you mentioned this word, they don't want to have the discussion. Why? By having the discussion, it opens up.
Pause that right quick, forecast.
You've been holding on.
Now, you ain't never heard me say, I want to be like nobody. But if my homeboys I grew up with right now, they would listen to this and they'll come on here. If I could play basketball, the one player in the world I ever wanted to be like, he 3 years older than me, was at the time Chris Jackson, but Mahmoud Abdul Rauf. Now that's actually was my favorite player ever play in the NBA, him and Dominique Wilkins. But that's the player right there. If I could have played basketball, that was the player I wanted to be like right there. But the only reason I ain't make it to pro because I ain't had it. You know, I couldn't shoot good enough, wasn't fast enough, couldn't dribble good enough, couldn't jump high enough, wasn't tall enough. But if I would have had all that, I would have been just like him.
Yeah, I might not have been tall enough, but I could have played, you know what I'm saying? I was good at sport. I was like pretty athletic, you know what I'm saying? Overall, I was good at like all sports I played. Like I was all-star like everything, like baseball, like football, basketball, you know, like I played like everything, you know what I'm saying?
I think I was better in baseball, but I wanted to be. But if I could have played basketball, that's what I wanted to be like. Was Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf.
Yeah. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Like in my time of coming up, I was on the AI train, on the Allen Iverson train. But yeah, all right, so let me go to the last. What'd you say?
I said AI was a great player. AI came way after him, you know.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, way after him. Yeah. Yeah, I'm saying that's when I was like in like middle school to high school, you know what I'm saying? And playing. But yo, check this out. This the last thing, you know what I'm saying? Why blacks are good at sports, racial differences, and skeletal system. Now I ain't gonna front.
Is that Jimmy the Greek?
No, it's some. No, they
Is your
actually
friend
have.
Jimmy the Greek?
Yeah, I heard of Jimmy the Greek. Yeah.
Oh, are they using his? Oh, I'll wait till he said. Then I know if they using what Jim. After he finished, I'm gonna tell you what Jimmy the Greek said on national TV. Why he said black people was better.
Yeah. Yo, he was probably because they all use. Well, I don't know about Jimmy the Greek. But I don't know what he said, but I've heard. I know who he is. You know what I'm saying? But they all use this the bell curve theory. You know what I'm saying? And they try to explain away why we superior to them in a myriad of categories. You know what I'm saying? They even try to make arguments like dominant genes could be a negative thing in certain areas. You know what I'm saying? Even though they were even recognized that they would have more genetic deficiencies. You know what I'm saying? Problems. You know what I'm saying? But they also use this to say that like they have evolved, they're a more evolved human. That was like, you know, the whole point of Darwinism and stuff like that, and the evolutionary theory. Not to say that things don't evolve over time, but for their theory of evolution, it is pretty much like, black people may have been first, but we evolved into white people, you know what I'm saying? But they don't realize that recessive genes and stuff like that leads to like, the psychotic behavior and not knowing how to bathe and all of this stuff. But let me play this video so you can see all of this stuff comes from the bell curve. And this is like the whole eugenics kind of movement. Now they try to throw in positive stuff with the eugenics movement, and this is the positive stuff they throw in, but this is really the eugenics movement talking, you know what I'm saying?
Now, this is a Taboo is a new book that just came out by John Entine. Why do blacks do so well at sports and why are we afraid to talk about it? Is now going to be explained by me in terms of brain size expansion. These are the variables that blacks have advantages of in sports if you read Entine's book. Things like 3 to 19% more testosterone, broader shoulders, narrower.
You have more testosterone as like the man's, that's what they call men. Like, where's your manhood, your testosterone? You have 3 to 19% more, according to them.
Hips, that's significant. More muscle.
Broader shoulders, narrow hips mean you can knock them out faster.
Less fat, greater bone density.
More muscle, greater bone density, less fat, meaning you'll tear them up in the fight.
Higher center of gravity.
Your gravity is good, so you can do all kind of backflips around them and like hit even kung fu on the Dino Sovins if you want to, because they took that from YouTube.
Faster knee-jerk reaction.
So you faster than them too. So when you punch them in the face, you know what I'm saying, they ain't even gonna be able to respond.
High percentage of fast twitch muscles, longer arms.
So you got longer length, so you can box on the outside if you want to.
And distal elongation of segments, which basically means that blacks have longer hands relative to forearms.
So pretty much you have more power per punch per square inch.
Relative to upper arms compared to whites who have longer distal elements than do East Asians. But let me draw your attention to, I believe, the hips. Is it? Can I? No, what's the next one? Was that the next one? Okay, the thigh bone. Blacks have narrow hips. It gives them an advantage at running.
You heard the way he said, "Oh, blacks out." So his whole crowd got to be all white. You know what I'm saying? And probably, you know, a brother in there, Herschel Walker, since he's been the theme, I guess.
Because the thigh bone, which comes out of the hip, can go directly, vertically straight down to the knee. The knee has to be directly underneath the body in order to give it support.
By the way, how do you think they got all of this stuff, right? I actually believe this is the skeleton. You know why? Because they did experiments on our people, us, people that look like us, man. They did experiments on us, you know what I'm saying? And they're still dumb as hell. They're so dumb that they don't even know what they're looking at and what they're seeing. And even if you listen to if you listen to their debates with each other and their theories is dumb as hell, and there's no way that they can figure it out. Like, you know, they don't even know if something that they're listening to is what it is, but they make a theory off of that theory. Not to say that stuff is like spooked out, but some stuff like you don't know the answer to, you know what I'm saying? And just because you say it confidently does not mean you know the answer. Now, they probably dissected our bodies and studied us, you know what I'm saying? But they're still wrong. That's how dumb they are, you know what I'm saying? Like, they don't understand yo, when we talk about this one race, I could get deep onto this stuff, and y'all don't want to get to the nasty deepness of it. I try to reach y'all on the higher scale, on the low level, but I'm just saying, yo, this stuff gets like crazy, like, because they're dumb as hell. They don't know what they don't know what they're talking about.
And so you have a very efficient, straightforward stride. Whereas as the hips expand sideways, say in East Asians, the thigh bone comes out of those hips at an angle and has to curve back down into the knees, which again still have to be directly under the body to support it. And then you get large platforms at the knee joint. And in fact, if you find a skeleton in your backyard and you call in the police will call in a physical anthropologist, a forensic anthropologist. And it's really quite amazing what they can tell, even just from a thigh bone. Not only will they tell you how old the skeleton is or whether it's a male or a female, but they'll also tell you what race it is. So for those who say race is only...
But for somehow when they dig up these ancient skeletons, they can't tell you what race it is. Now, somebody's lying on one end or the other. You know what I'm saying? You be the decider about who's lying. Because if they can tell you what race... Oh, I'm sorry, Bakari. I forgot. Race is just a concept that doesn't exist. I forgot. You know what I'm saying? My goodness.
Skin deep and so on. A forensic anthropologist say, well, you know, you may not be able to tell from the skin, but you can certainly tell from the bones. White bones, East Asian bones, have much more of a curve on them than do black bones.
What the hell? Yo, that don't make no sense. If we are different, if we the same, if humans is one race, why in the hell would we have different DNA, different bone structure, react to nature in different ways? It makes no sense to me. You know what I'm saying?
You may not be able to tell from the skin, but you can certainly tell from the bones.
By the way, you can tell from the skin. I mean, that's how we tell most of the time.
White bones, East Asian bones, have much more of a curve on them than do black bones. It's one of the reasons why whites and East Asians even less are good at running and jumping and playing basketball and so on. Blacks have an advantage at sports because they have narrow hips and straight, energetically efficient thigh bones. But they have energetically efficient thigh bones and hips because they have smaller brains.
Now, he was explaining why black people are good at sports, right? Explain why our bodies are efficient, but they have smaller brains. I got to throw that in there. You know what I'm saying? Number one, that's probably a bunch of BS. Number two, I'm gonna let him go ahead.
The large brain had these cascading effects throughout the body that made locomotion just a little bit less efficient.
Trying to say you're dumb as hell.
Now, this is an interesting bell curve because it looks like a bell curve for IQ scores. In fact, it's the bell curve for knee joints. Some angle at which the thigh bone meets the...
Now, they're trying to say for as athletic as you are just as dumb as them. You know what I'm saying? That's how dumber than you are. You know what I'm saying? You're way more athletic, so you're way more dumber. You know what I'm saying? Now, they're dumb enough to equate the two. And let me tell you this, they made the IQ test like probably 10, 12 times because black people kept scoring higher. So they made sure that they made it in a way that white people, like they kept trying it until white people constantly score higher and then said, well, this is the measure of IQ. You know what I'm saying? And they use dumb stuff like this. It's like really, really, really dumb. Like your athletics, the way how athletic you are has to do with how smart you are. You know what I'm saying? So this is them trying to, equate, make up for them not being nowhere near you.
The knee pretty well mirrors the IQ differences between blacks and whites. Now, I would hazard a prediction, but I could easily be proven wrong, that you could actually measure people's angle at the knee and predict what kind of IQ score or brain size they would have.
Now, this fool thinks you can measure your knee and figure out how smart you are. You know what I'm saying? Now, his knee will probably be small as hell if that's the case. You know what I'm saying? But this is European science. You know what I'm saying? This is why they explain why you're better than them. You know what I'm saying? They don't just want to just like, oh, well, they're just the natural people and we are just have genetic characteristics. Yo, I'm sorry though, Bakar. You want to say something about this one before we close?
I was just gonna let him go ahead and finish. It ain't long. Oh, you done?
Yeah,
what I was gonna say. His theory different than Jimmy Greek's. Both of them is horrible theories. That man there just said we real dumb. That's why we athletic, right? We got small brains, but we can run fast. We can jump high. We can do stuff they can't because of our skeleton, because of who we are and how we're shaped. But that's why we're good in sports. Jimmy the Greek said we were good in sports because during slavery, they were bred like animals, like horses. You can just look and see how the muscles run through their body. They have their muscles run up high in their behinds because they would take the big slave to go and breed and make, and that's what happened. And that's why, so during slavery, white people gave us an advantage in athletics because of how they bred us. That's what Jimmy the Greek said. He didn't say the dumb part. He probably should have went ahead and said it because everybody knew that's what he felt. But yes, that's what he said. This guy right here, I was listening, and all that stuff that he's saying, you can look at the skeleton. And if you can look at a skeleton and tell who's different, and you know what? And like you said, why they look at ancient skeletons, then get mad because Sheikh Anta proved that the ancient Egyptian was black, right? Now they get mad about that, especially the Arabs. So they don't want them to be black. The Arabs want them to be Arab. They don't want them to be black. White people want them to be white. But when you can look at the skeleton and tell, and that's what Sheikh Anta Diop did, he proved that the ancient Egyptian were black African people. And you know what? You'll find some black people that have a problem with it. Well, I ain't no Egyptian. It bothers them too, as well. So, but these people, they're absolutely out of their mind. They're going to say whatever. Now, if they judge, see what they did was forecast. I'm going to tell you what they did to prove the smartest of black people, right? They got a whole bunch of Herschel Walkers. We can't be worrying about their CTR. They got a whole bunch of Herschel Walkers. in a whole bunch of black men who agree with Herschel Walker, who said during the pandemic, all of China's bad air, all of our good air. Listen to what this guy said. All of China's good air, all of our good air in America went to China. So then China bad air had to go somewhere, so it came over here. Now what we're trying to do is fix China bad air and make it good. So I guess they got a whole bunch of Herschel Walkers and just said, you know what? They are the average black person. If you think like Herschel Walker, that's 90% of black people. So they got small brains, they dumb, but they can run fast, jump high, and they're real athletic. I hear them.
Yeah. And the brother is back said, yo, shouts out to you. What up, brother? What's going on? It's been a minute. And yeah, why are they obsessed with us? And these are things that you gotta realize, you know what I'm saying? They built the whole empire off of you. Why wouldn't they be? They're going to be obsessed with you. And yeah, they're definitely trying to say that we are beasts, but they lie to themselves so that they can help sleep at nighttime. You know what I'm saying? Like, they tell themselves these things, and if you tell yourself enough lies over and over and over, you start to believe them. And guess what? We do too. You know what I'm saying? And you said none of these superior advantages helped us escape capture. And you are absolutely right about that. You know what I'm saying? And in fact, it is, I think, our empathy, you know what I'm saying, and our feeling towards living creatures and our lack of psychopathy that helped us, you know what I'm saying, get captured, you know what I'm saying, because we are so welcoming and so trusting and so believing, and we are so willing to help. And even though, because like, you know, people say all the time it was hundreds of slaves on the plantation and a few owners. Well, you know, there was a bunch of people, the whole county was armed or whatever, you know what I'm saying, whatever, you know what I'm saying. So people definitely fought back, but they didn't just strong arm you because they knew they couldn't strong arm you even with weapons, because we can name multiple wars where they had more weapons than you and they lost until they used deception and captured leaders by using deception, by using your own people against you, you know what I'm saying? And it's not necessarily, you know what I'm saying, like that's like, look, we can look at the NBA and see that black people generally are more athletic, you know what I'm saying? And we can see clearly that there are differences, you know what I'm saying? But the difference is the emotion that comes with all of it, you know what I'm saying? Like, we still say, I can't believe it's 2022 and people still have a thing for hatred, and we try to explain to them why water shouldn't be wet. You know what I'm saying? We see that if brothers like Deion Sanders like stayed at Jackson State, where would the talent be? But if 70% of the league is black, then that means that the black schools should be dominating. But for some reason, it is not. You know what I'm saying? And that's because even though Deion Sanders is probably one of the top two, I think Charles Woodson is the best cornerback of all time. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying, I think he's top two cornerback of all time. And he would leave a place like Jackson State to go to Colorado, like not even like a big name school. You know what I'm saying? Exactly, Raw. It's the humanity, but maybe the humanity in us is the weakness, not necessarily the superior athletics.
It's been a failure. The humanity in black people. Humanity has failed black people. Being humanitarian toward everybody else, in all honesty, has failed us. Hey, but you know something? Let me say something right quick. When Return of the Brother say, yeah, of course they think we beastly, but when he say, why are they obsessed with us? They ain't. Think about it. Didn't he start describing the black people muscles across their shoulders and everything, right? In their arms, all that, right? Jimmy the Greek, he described the muscles in the leg running all the way up to the behind. They ain't just obsessed. Why are they so obsessed with the muscles and how they run through your body?
Well,
think about that. Ain't that strange? Don't you find that strange?
Well, it's a weird, like I said, like I'm a little bit twisted right now because I've been reading that book, and Ross said she read it, the Delectable Negro, and I think people should read that. You know what I'm saying? And it's a weird kind of, you know what I'm saying, like whatever. But also on top of that, it's also studying, you know what I'm saying? You study your enemy, and they take it as far. See, we have like compassion for living things. We aren't going to just kill something to study it, but they will. They will take a living thing to study to see what would happen if you died immediately, and then take an old thing that they killed one of our family members they killed a long time ago and see what the difference is. They would literally take our skeletons and study us inside and out to see what it is. Like you don't think they notice that you're more like you may jump higher than them, you know what I'm saying? And they want to find out why, but they have no problem of dissecting you as an insect because you aren't them, you know what I'm saying? And it's the humanity in us, you know what I'm saying, that's like, oh, I wouldn't do that to an animal, to whatever, you know what I'm saying? But studying your enemy is also a big part of, you know what I'm saying, like not just being obsessed, but if you're going to have a slave and to keep somebody a slave and to take somebody's land and stay on that land, it's like if I take your house and make you sleep outside, you know what I'm saying, you think I'm not going to be keeping my eye on you? Like one day you may come back and try to take your house back, especially if I be like, you come in and clean the house up and clean the bathroom and then go back outside. I'm gonna be watching you every second of the day because I know I'm exploiting you, you know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna be prepared, you know what I'm saying? Because suppose we try to run up, they want to have something where they can disintegrate us, you know what I'm saying? But maybe they haven't found nothing that can kill only us, you know what I'm saying? But maybe they have, I don't know, but that if I was them, I would do that, you know what I'm saying? And that's why they brought in, like, you talk about the lines or whatever. They would bring in Germans and they would bring in shysters and have them working together to create nitrogen and hydrogen and nuclear bombs so they can protect themselves, you know what I'm saying? And not only protect themselves, but advance their culture, which is domination and destruction and stealing, a whole culture of stealing. And Raw, like I said, you might be right, you know what I'm saying? But yo, Bakari, yo, go ahead and say your last words, my brother. But go ahead, take your time though, because I want you to expand on, you know what I'm saying, what we're saying. I want to keep going, but it's already 12 o'clock. So, but I want you to expand on that too, you know what I'm saying?
That was just about to say we're gonna have to expound on this some other time, but you know me, I'm getting old, I'm getting sleepy.
Wait, Bakari. Wait, time out. Before you say your last words, Bakari, we gotta do one thing. This is just send out, you know what I'm saying, this is your last words, you know what I'm saying, that starts you off for your last words. Give me a second. All right, here we go.
Well, all right. Yeah. You know, ever since I turned pro in 1989, when I signed the dotted line, it was strange. Those things changed for the better and for the worse. So I called my mama and she said, baby, must be the money. Yeah. Must be the money. It's got to be, because I got people going to get my friend. People I never knew. People I never thought about associating. I don't know what it is. Talk to me.
Yeah, that's your last words. And also, before you close, your apology to Erica too, you know what
I'm saying? It ain't even the money, man. It must be acceptance. It wasn't the money this time. It was the money before, but it ain't the money this time. It's acceptance. It's begging to be accepted. That's what that is. But these people, everybody, and when we talk, you know how I always say is, they ain't black, they're white. I'm gonna show you something. Remember I played that video when I said foundation of white Americans was going at foundation of black Americans, right? Look how they quickly said white people and Asians the same. They both have Neanderthal blood, right? Now look how this white dude said white people and East Asians
are the same, have the same. You see what I'm saying? You see how, and that's good. They know they're not the same as us, but they are the same as those Asian people according to DNA and all that. They would be the same as those people. They are not the same as us. So when he's talking about race, some people say race is just a social construct, right? I'm going to do a video on race realism. Some white folks were talking about race realism, right? I'm going to do a video on that, right? But let's say race is a social construct, but there's different species of human. You understand? We are not the same as them. We keep saying stuff so we can be the same as them. Just like, and I'm going to tell you, man, when we say the whole world was black, there's no way to prove that. There's no way. Don't nothing teach that. Don't care what you read. Don't care what you study. There were other human species out there. You find black people around the world now because black people left Africa, left and came back. That's why when you go to certain parts of Africa, what you will see is you will see in certain parts of Africa, you will see a little Neanderthal DNA, right? You'll see a little Neanderthal DNA because when they went out, they had sex and did whatever and brought it back into the continent. But we ain't the same, and those other human species was not us. Our human species is Homo sapien. We were not Neanderthal. We were not all that other stuff. We are Homo sapien, and we can be okay with being Homo sapien. And another thing people say that we need to stop saying, everybody is African. You know, the whole world can't. No, we have to stop saying that. We'll give away what we have so we can try to fit ourselves in with everybody else. We got to be happy that we have to be happy that we are who we are and let them be who they are. Stop trying to make everybody be the same. Everybody is not the same. Black people come from the continent of Africa. That is just a fact. We left Africa and went other places. They can hold on to their fake stuff, talking about their brains bigger and all that. But, you know, I don't want to say no name, but you can hear, you know, somebody we've been on the panel with, four guys who think get rid of everything black, but hold on to all of the white philosophies and stuff like that. You understand? That's what they believe, and that's okay. Okay, so Raw, I understand you say I'm wrong. A lot of people believe that. I don't believe that, and somebody gonna have to prove it to me. So we shouldn't complain about nobody because everybody is the same. Then, if everybody was black and everybody came from Africa, everybody is the same today.
No,
I don't know why.
Ryan's saying that they are us though. You know what I'm saying? She's saying they something different. She's saying like everybody was black. She's saying like Homo sapiens was black. Like she's saying like the white people was something different though.
Yeah, they were Neanderthals. Black people were not Neanderthals. The original Neanderthals are white folk, Asians. I don't know why we have a problem with that. We are different. We Homo sapien. They are Neanderthals. They had a certain part of the world. We had a certain part of the world. White people come from Europe. White people come from Europe. If some people want to say Europe is not a continent, okay, let's say Europe is not a continent. But you know, it's other parts of the world that teach America is just one continent, North and South America. But that's not two continents, right? They say that's just one. Other places, they just teach America, right? But let's say Europe is not a continent. That's part of Asia. So that means they come from Asia, which I believe Europe, I don't know. I don't even get into arguing whether it's a continent or not. But what I do say is they were just look at Europe now. All we got to do is just look at the world. Look at Europe now. Look at the Orient now. And look at Africa now. What's the most people populate those areas the most? I'm just saying. That's where they came from. That's what Neanderthal was. They'll talk about their history, just like we talk about our history and we talk about their history. They'll talk about all of their history. If you study them, they talk about their history, where they ate each other. They talk about all of that damn history. If you study them, they talk about all the history. And I said that I watch it and I study it because I don't want to just study black people. That's me. Not that because I have to study other people to understand them the same way people have studied us and understand, so they can understand us. That's why people can understand us. They studied us. They know what we like because they study it, and they still study us today. We don't study other people. And that is something we have to start doing more. We have to start studying other people, study their history. Then once you get from their history, you study and look at them today. You have to study to see the things that they do. That's the only way you're going to defeat them. We can't defeat them just studying and knowing our history and knowing how great we were, because they know our history and they know how great we were. They know who we are now, right? We know who we are now, but we don't know their history and we don't know who they are. We haven't truly studied the other people the way other people have studied us. And if we study other people, we'll learn how to defeat them in war. You got to study your opponent. And if they ain't black, they my opponent. And some of these black folks is literally my opponent. But for the most part, right, if they ain't mine, if they ain't us, they my opponent. And I want to know what my opponent doing. I want to know how to beat my opponent. Like when you said you don't want to mention boxing, but if you watch boxing and you study boxers, they'll tell you before
I just said I just let you off the hook with boxing. Not that I didn't want to mention it. I wanted to mention. I just let you off the hook.
Yeah, you could have mentioned it. Y'all have a problem with the man I call the greatest businessman ever, because y'all focus on one thing. But when you study boxers, right? That's why boxers tell you they watch film of the people that they gonna fight, so they can study what they like to do. If they like to counterpunch, or they attack, do they jab, they're a power puncher, or how they set up their punches. Everything about it, they study it. So when they get in the ring and they start doing it, they have studied it long enough. They have watched film on these fighters for 3-4 months. So now I can see and I know his tendencies. Then when I get in the ring and he started doing it, it may take me a round or two to catch on to his tendencies, even though I studied it. But I'm going to catch on to his tendencies and see what they're doing. So let's make like it boxing. Let's study our opponent. Let's study our opponent tendencies, all of their tendencies. We already know how the world feel about us. We ain't got to study that part. But let's study their spending habits. Let's study what we can do to get over on them. Do you understand what I'm saying? The same way they have studied us. They in the film room watching us. They listening. So we have to study them. We have to watch them. We have to listen to them so we can know how to attack our opponents on all levels. And on that note, thank you for letting me speak.
Hey, hold on, Bakari. Before you go, I gotta ask you, because I'm kind of like being light right now. How long you think your ban should be? I was gonna say 2 years, but I think you should be banned 1 year from talking sports. And y'all, if y'all comment in the chat, Raw, how long you think he should be banned? 1 or 2 years? Y'all put it in there like 1 or 2 years. Bakari should be banned from talking sports because he'd be a little bit lost when it comes to sports. You know what I'm saying? What do you think, Bakari? How long should your ban be? 1 year or 2 years? Should I? I'm still young and I'm not cynical yet, so I'm giving you a pass. I'm not old enough yet.
I don't think y'all understand the sports y'all be talking about.
So is that 1 year?
I don't think y'all understand the sport you be talking about.
Okay, Bakari. We'll see.
Told you we can talk about.
because I'll make an executive decision. You know what I'm saying? We'll just go ahead and ban Bakari 1 year, but and that's it. That's
I told
play. Oh no, because I got to do you like Kyrie. You know what I'm saying? You got to apologize to Erica. You know what I'm saying? You banned for 1 year for talking sports. You know what I'm saying? You gotta apologize to who should you apologize to? I'm not sure. You gotta apologize to somebody who you don't like. I don't know. I'm gonna think of somebody who you gotta apologize to.
I don't really dislike nobody though. I just don't fuck with them. If I don't fuck with them, that don't mean I dislike them. I just don't mess with them.
You definitely gotta apologize to the she said indefinitely. Ryan playing.
I don't dislike nobody. I just don't mess
You
with them.
definitely gotta apologize to the brother with the do-rag on. You know what I'm saying? You gotta apologize to him.
He would be the only person I would say I owe an apology because he was right.
You gotta. Oh yeah, that's what you gotta do. You gotta admit Jack Johnson won the fight. You know what I'm saying?
Won what fight? Won what fight?
The
See,
fight
I
that he
keep
knocked
telling
the
you.
dude that he knocked the dude out.
And once again, you want to bring up them. And once again, you want to bring up a
Oh yeah, I know what to do. I know what to do. You gotta admit that Serena Williams the greatest tennis player of all time.
I can't do that, man. I ain't for sure about that.
Yo, oh yeah, you think Maria Sharapova? I forgot you were saying that. Yeah.
I don't even know. Yeah, that's what I said. I don't know about that, man.
All right, so I'm with Raw then, and definitely. So we'll have to get back to you on how long you banned from talking about sports.
That one old woman that played back in 1920 with the wood rackets, with the square wood rackets. Her and Jason Whitlock say she the best.
Yeah, 2 years. Ross said 2 years. It take you longer. You know what I'm saying? I agree. That might be true, Raw. I'm still too young. I'm still young, and I'm too lighthearted, Raw. You know what I'm saying? I'm too lenient.
Why would a black man who's still bragging on Jack Johnson, who's still talking about Jack Johnson?
I just say he won the fight. He won the fight. He knocked him out for 20. I'm just talking about because you said the dude, the brother knocked him out for 16 seconds.
Wait a minute.
I'm saying Jack Johnson ain't leaving no.
Wait a minute. Which fight did he win? You talking about the one where he laid down and threw the fight so he could go be with a white woman?
No, the one against the great. The one against the great white hope.
Watch this. He lost 11 fights, right?
No, you know how both of them won against the great white hope. Only one of them won the fight.
I have no. Well, only thing I know, only one of them laid down their career so they could be with a white woman, and the other one went out there and put everything and everybody. And one of them went in the ring with Black Pride. That's all.
I condone that. I condone that.
One of them went in the ring with Black Pride. One of them went in the ring with Black Pride.
Then he lost the damn fight. And the one that was talking about some white girl won the fight, and the one with Black Pride lost the fight.
He didn't. How you gonna say he won? He laid down and quit so he could marry the white woman. How can you say he won?
No,
he laid down.
I'm talking about the fight. I'm talking about the fight when
so
both
he could be with a white woman.
When both of
he
them
laid down and quit. So he laid down and quit so he could be with a white woman. I keep telling y'all be talking. I tell you, y'all the one straddle the line. So watch this, right? So let me show you something. So when everybody, watch this, right? Watch this. You, MG2 guy.
You're right, Raw. And definitely. You're right. I can't even say 1 year. And definitely.
Watch this. You sat there and watched the video, but some black men who claim they for black people watch a white man be down 16 seconds. All of y'all said. I said, but was he down 16 seconds? Oh, he ain't do enough. But was he down? I ain't asked you what else he did. I just said, did you see him on the mat 16 seconds?
Go tell that to Simone Biles, because they see all of us. They in every sport. That's why you got to do it like Jack Johnson and knock him out. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
The point is, you couldn't say, even after watching it, you still couldn't say,
if you're gonna fight the great white
you
hope,
still watch this, and you are still trying. and you are still trying. You still can't say, "Yeah, I saw him on the mat for 16 seconds." But you want me
I
to
said
say
it.
something.
I
good,
saw
but
him.
you
No,
want,
no.
but y'all
No,
want me to
hold
say
on. Time
something
out,
good.
Bakari. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna
Nah,
say it. I saw him knock him out the first time longer than the second time. I'm gonna say
the
that
second
because
time was longer.
I don't know. Well,
The
maybe I
second
got it
time was
confused
longer.
by now. Maybe I got it
The
confused by now.
second time was longer.
Okay, yeah, maybe I got it confused by now. But I know he knocked him out the first time. But you know what happened? He didn't win the fight. But you know what? Back in 1910, when it was way 1,000 times more racist and cheating, you know what I'm saying? That's why you knock him out and put him to the hospital, and which was the point, you know what I'm saying? Not
But why do you?
it's
Okay, now why is it?
humanity and
So, but why do? But why do you lay down?
humanity
But
and community. Huh?
but why do you lay down and quit to be with a white woman? See,
No,
I keep telling you,
that's
it's gonna
not.
always.
But that's
It's
not.
gonna watch this.
No, I
It's
don't.
gonna all.
Only reason I
Watch
don't
this.
say that's not
It's
true
gonna
because he was
always go
cooning.
back.
That's not true
It's
though.
gonna always. So watch this. It's gonna always go back to the same thing with me. One of them. So watch this. Since y'all want to,
Nobody talking about
according to
out the
y'all.
ring.
So no, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
You
Watch
see
this.
why? This is why
Watch
you
this.
can't talk
No,
about sports
wait a minute.
because you
So watch this.
you get
So watch. I'm
emotional
finna
and
show you
put
something, right?
different
I'm
things.
look. You say
See,
Deontay Wilder lost, right? He went out on his shield standing for black folk. How did the man you brag on? How did he lose?
he didn't lose.
Wait,
That's
how did
what.
he
That's
lose?
why he didn't
Deontay
lose.
Wilder
That's why
went
I'm
out
saying.
on it. How he didn't lose? He laid down and quit so he could have the right to be with a white woman.
Bakari, we talking about when they went against the Great White Hope. The brother went in there. No, the white dude went in there on some white boy stuff, and the brother went in there on some brother stuff. And I salute that, but he lost.
Okay, now, okay, good. But you still didn't answer the question. See, you're doing like my boy Black Jesus right now. You're avoiding the question. So I'm going to ask again. One of them went in and he went out on his shield, standing strong on black power, and he lost.
No.
Wait a minute.
But he won. You keep saying he lost, but he won.
How did Jack Johnson lose? How did he lose his belt the last time?
Because he got kicked out the country, and then
that ain't how he lost his belt.
Listen, I'm telling you, in the 25th round, listen, in the 25th round, right after you know what I'm saying, and I'm not gonna say he won that fight because he did knock the dude out a long time. No, listen to what I'm saying. Listen to the difference between me. Listen to the difference between me and you.
No, you got to do that.
No, I'm telling you. No, I'm telling you right now. I'm saying that last fight. I'm saying the difference between me and you, because he knocked the dude out for a long time, but he still lost that last fight. You know what I'm saying? He beat the dude, but he lost it.
No,
I can't say he won. He did knock
how
the
did he
dude
lose?
out because
no, he did not.
He did.
He went and laid down for forecast. He laid down. Yes,
no, listen to if you go back and actually watch that fight, they went like 20-something rounds. Like he knocked him down.
It don't make a
like
difference.
But
how did he lose?
I'm trying to tell you.
But how did he lose though?
Because he said he took the fall.
Okay, why? Okay, why did he take? You say he said why did he take a fall?
So he can get back.
No, that's not. He was fighting in the country.
No.
They were fighting in this country. See what you're doing is not being honest.
No, that's not true.
He threw the fight.
No, listen.
He
I'm
threw
gonna
the
tell you
fight.
the story. I'm gonna tell you what happened. No, I'm gonna tell you what happened.
He got caught.
He got caught. He couldn't come back to America. He couldn't come back to America.
Carrying white women. He got caught carrying white women.
That's why he got arrested That's why he got arrested after the fight.
So he threw the fight. Yeah, no, see, but what you're doing, you're leaving out a lot. He could have said he can leave white women alone. Wouldn't have been no problem.
He was coning. I never said he wasn't coning.
No. But what you did was not answer the question.
I did answer the question. He lost the fight though. I said he lost the fight, but because I said he did. But you know what the difference between me and you? No, the difference between me and you. I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna say he knocked him down for 20 seconds and because if you go back and look at that fight, he knocked him down for like a minute, you know what I'm saying? And they didn't count it. And then the dude got back up, and I still didn't say he won the fight. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm talking about when he got there and won. But you're trying to say the brother won the fight, though. I'm not saying Jack Johnson won the fight.
But
the one that
guys, you still ain't answered the question. I said, why did he lose?
So if you go back and look in the story, the FBI agents approached him and said that's what his story was. Because other people, the FBI said he was lying and everybody else, but his story was they approached him and said, if you take a dive in this fight, we'll take the charges off of you and let you come back into America. And if you look at it, he couldn't fight in America or really any European country, you know what I'm saying? Because he kept going to European countries. He did, you know what I'm saying? But they wasn't letting him fight, you know what I'm saying, because of, you know what I'm saying, he was on the run, you know what I'm saying. So the only way he could make money was to come back to America. And they said, we'll let you, we'll remove the charges. The promoter said, we'll remove the charges and let you come back to America if you take the fight and take a dive, you know what I'm saying, so the white dude could be the champion, you know what I'm saying. Like, they literally did that. I'm not saying he wasn't cooning with white girls, Bakari. I didn't talk about they off court act. That's why you can't talk about sports, because you equating off court activities with on court activities.
But that's why. But
that's the problem, Bakari. But let me tell you the problem. Let me tell you the problem. See, this is why you let Deion Sanders in, because you was looking at him off the court. So I mean, on the court. So then now you bring your off court on activities that you always do, and so now I'm like, let me listen to Bakari, because you know what I'm saying, like, he is a brother. So you was open to Deion Sanders because you open to Jerry Jones. You know what I'm saying? You want to support Jerry Jones, and you support because under the guise of Deion Sanders.
You know you're reaching, right? You know
I'm not.
You're absolutely reaching, because you have done everything to avoid.
But that's not true, Bakari. I did. No, because when they both fought the Great White Hope, Jack Johnson knocked the dude because he won the fight. I'm talking about the fight he won. I never said he won the fight he lost, even though he did knock the dude out for 20 seconds. And I'm telling you, you can't say that, because I'm not saying that. And I'm saying you can't say that, because like when he won the fight, he made sure the dude was hospitalized, which was my only point about Jack Johnson. You know what I'm saying? But the fact is, the brother, because he represents, you know what I'm saying, black people, and we should support him on all of his fights, you know what I'm saying, anyway. But you let that cloud your judgment, because as long as we competing in their arenas, then it's shut up and dribble, you know what I'm saying? We ain't balling, it's shut up and dribble. And we talked about the Negro Leagues before. I meant to bring this up, and this ain't got nothing to do with what we saying. I meant to bring up the Negro Leagues before, how we had our own thing, but you was bringing it up about Deion Sanders. And you know what I'm saying, how he wanted to prove himself. And just like how we lost the Negro Leagues, because we want to prove ourselves, you know what I'm saying? If that brother won the fight, then bring it to your own league and say you won the fight and get your own fair referees, you know what I'm saying? But if we compete in our own stuff, then it is what it is. Jack Johnson lost because he was caught up with white girls, you know what I'm saying? And you know what I'm saying? And goddamn, that's why he took the fight, so he can get back, because he was charged. And he took a dive, according to him. You know what I'm saying? I believe him, you know, so he took a dive, you know what I'm saying? But that brother ain't take no dive, you know what I'm saying? That's the problem, you know. I don't know. But
no, he went.
Raw is right. You right, Raw. Indefinitely, man. It's indefinitely. I'm gonna have to conversate with Erica and Raw and see how long that you can talk sports, bro.
Keep holding on. Y'all keep holding. I keep telling y'all, keep holding on to old Jack Johnson.
I think and let me say this, I think Jack Johnson is the epitome of America, because
let me tell you something. He coons so much. Guess who talked about him?
Who?
And you know what you said about my boy to me, right? Because you say I give Booker T. Washington a bad. He coons so much. Booker T. Washington said.
No, he said so because he's like, you better leave the white girls alone.
No, you know, Booker T got mad because he owned stuff and sold it, like the famous Cotton Club in New York. Jack Johnson, Jack Johnson owned it, and it was for black people, and he sold it to white folks, knowing they was finna make it illegal for black people to come, unless they entertain. They was saying black folks couldn't come, and he sold it to them anyway. Boy, I'm like, God damn, what the hell was he doing? Because Booker T. I give Booker T. Washington a pass because for Tuskegee, in all honesty, but if Booker T. say you was cool, because we know what Booker T. was doing.
Yo, I ain't gonna front, but you know why I say look at Jack Johnson's story? You know what I'm saying? Because all that happened to him. But you know what? Like, he would be the equivalent of a passport boy. You know what I'm saying? That like, and I'm not saying because he got kicked out the country. I'm saying because a black girl did him wrong, so he went to white girls, and then a white girl did him super wrong, but he stayed with white girls. You know what I'm saying? And even though he was
Did he
great
have
at what
any
he did,
kids?
hmm?
Did he have any kids?
I think so. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know if he had kids. I think he did though. But a black girl cheated on him. You know what I'm saying? And in his mom, he loved his mom. His mom was the only black woman that he cared about. You know what I'm saying? But a black girl cheated on him, so he said, "Oh, I'm going to mess with only white girls." And then the white girl left him for like another famous black dude or one of his friends or something like that. I forget the story exactly, but he didn't say that about the white girls. He got another white girl. You know what I'm saying? And that ended up being his downfall. You know what I'm saying? So I think
Didn't
Jack
he
Johnson.
invent the monkey wrench while he was in prison? He was locked up when he invented the monkey wrench, right?
I don't know. I don't think so though. No,
I,
I think it
oh,
came years later.
I thought he was locked up.
I don't know. I can't tell you for sure,
Maybe he
but I think
wouldn't.
it
I
was
just
later.
thought because I know because I forget the real name of the monkey wrench. Is it pipe wrench? Because they call it a monkey wrench because he invented it. That's why I got the name monkey wrench.
Yeah, I think it came like I think it came years after he invented, but he might have came up with. I don't know. Maybe he did in jail. I'm not sure. But yeah, like that's what got him caught up. You know what I'm saying? There's white girls. You know what I'm saying? But he knocked them out when he had to knock them out. He beat the Great White Hope every time he had to beat the Great White Hope. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, look, I knew you were gonna say that. I'm gonna show you something. You know he lost to a white dude whose nickname was literally, who knocked him out in the 5th round, whose nickname was literally the Great White Hope.
Oh, they call everybody the Great White Hope. He beat all the Great White Hopes. That's not true. He
Hey,
beat
look,
every Great White Hope that was there.
Hey, Jerry Cooney was the Great White Hope too when he fought Larry Holmes. You ain't lying. They call all them the Great White Hope.
Yeah,
All of them.
they still call white people the
It
Great
wasn't
White
no.
Hope.
Hey, look, it wasn't no white people boxing when Holyfield and Mike Tyson was winning in heavyweight, huh?
You said what?
It wasn't no white people back then.
He beat white people, Mike Tyson.
No, I'm saying like it wasn't no good ones who they thought might win. So it wasn't no Great White Hope during Mike Tyson and Evander Holyfield era. Wasn't no Great White Hope.
Yeah, I don't think
During
they
that
would have.
era.
I don't think they would have wanted to see Tyson for real. But they had Klitschko was the Great White Hope.
But he came after. But I'm saying they came after Tyson though.
Yeah, after Tyson. Yeah, they didn't want to see
You know what I'm
Tyson.
saying? During Mike Tyson and Evander Holyfield era, there were no Great White Hope.
So Mike Tyson might be the greatest there.
They thought the one white dude who was beating Riddick Bowe was gonna be their Great White Hope, but man, that damn dude, Andrew Galata, that damn dude was so scared of that damn dude was so scared of Mike Tyson. That damn trainer said, "You better get your ass back out there and fight." Man, Lennox Lewis had already knocked him out in 5 rounds. So then he fought Mike Tyson. Man, Mike Tyson hit that. Now he did get up. Mike Tyson hit that mother hard for a couple rounds. No, you better get your ass back out there and fight. That dude was like, shit. They were standing up there cussing him out. That dude walked out that damn ring and walked to his and walked to his dressing room.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Every time somebody mentioned the Great White Hope, think of a loser because they lost every time. Like they literally lost every time. And they only call them the Great White Loser because they got this, like it go back to that sexuality kind of thing. They think like being heavyweight champion, especially back then, more so now, they thought heavyweight champion meant something, means like dominance, superiority. You know what I'm saying? So like having a black heavyweight champion, especially Jack Johnson with white bitches, you know what I'm saying? But even the black community got on Jack Johnson for being white bitches. You know, W.E. Du Bois used to go in on them all the time, you know. But
how the coons going in on him though? How the coons going in on them? I ain't gonna call Booker T no coon. I just call Booker T a little
No, if you call W.E. Du Bois that, you gotta call Booker T. Washington. I ain't gonna
but
lie.
you know, I like Booker. You know what? I like Booker T.
And I ain't gonna call
Yes,
neither one
Booker
of them because they, you know, they're not here. But you know,
Booker T was soft. He was
dude, you
soft.
can't say turn around. I don't care. Yo, I'm with Ida B. Wells, yo. That's all I'm gonna say. She was on his neck, and I'm with her.
Booker T, I like Booker T, but Booker T was soft. He had a good plan, what he was doing. I give him that, but he was soft. Ooh, he was soft.
Yeah.
He was real soft.
But yeah, Bakari, this is why I didn't want to talk about boxing, so you could. Cause I was trying to let you off the hook, but I mean, you just went from 1 year to
y'all don't like to talk.
Lord have mercy.
Then y'all really don't like Don King, the greatest promoter ever.
Come on, Bakari. You can't have somebody shysting black people be, you know what I'm saying, and promote them. You know what I'm saying? Especially if we're gonna be harder. I don't want to look. No, let me. I'm gonna let you ask me. Hold on.
Let me ask you one question though.
Hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna let you ask me. But I gotta say this though. I don't want to hear none of y'all talking about me being hard on the coon again. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. But go ahead.
You mean soft on the coon?
Huh?
You mean soft on the coon?
No, I'm saying like when I be like, I don't go hard on the coons like that, and y'all give me a hard time for it. I don't want to hear none of any of y'all.
But see, let me ask you a question, right? Because I know every time I say Don King, it strike a nerve because people just talk about everything they heard on TV. But I mentioned Don King to strike that nerve to show you. So you gonna tell me what you saying? Black people need to run this.
Yo, Bakari.
Trying to run something. Couldn't learn.
Hold on. Hey, Bakari, you said when you cut out, you said when black people try to run this and then you cut out.
Yeah, when black people need to run their own everything or like run boxing or whatever. You gonna tell me they couldn't learn nothing from Don King?
Yeah.
But y'all, that's what I mean. What they can learn from Don King.
You can learn from Hitler or George Washington or the KKK or all of that. I'm not comparing them to them, but I'm saying you can learn from. You could be the spook that's out by the door. No,
but you just compare it.
No, I'm saying he's not as bad, so of course you can learn from them. If you can learn from somebody as bad as that, of course you can learn from Don King.
You say he's not as bad. I don't see him being bad at all.
No. If you turn around and use shysters moves on black people, like even if you use it on other people, if you turn around and use it on us, that's a crime, bro. Like I'm not saying he's bad. That's what I'm saying. I'm not hard on the coons where I think he's worse than the shysters. That's what I'm saying. I don't think I would go after the shysters first. But I'm saying you still a crime to do the same thing, you know what I'm saying, against us. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I'm talking about what they can learn from him, how he shysted them and kicked them out and took all they had.
I agree, but don't learn how to do it to us. Learn that from him, and then go to somebody else, and then learn how not to do it to your own people. That's all I'm saying.
No, but see, you got to learn from Don. That's why I say he the greatest ever, man. He made boxing.
Oh no, man. I mean, because if we're gonna give Coons passes, I'll give it to, like I said, like I told you, I'll give it to Floyd Mayweather before I give it to him. If we go, but he a coon too. I don't give him no pass either. But
like Floyd Mayweather ain't helped put nobody on the map like Don King did.
Yeah, Don King is not. He's not on that level. You know what I'm saying?
On what level?
The brother is back. You see this?
Don King, what Jew did Don King work for? I bet you he can't name him because he didn't. Don King fired the Jew. Don King created HBO boxing.
The brother is back. You see why Bakari is getting banned from talking about sports for a while.
Don King created HBO boxing. He created what people was flocking to. They call it pay-per-view now. I forget what it was called back in the day, where you had to go to like movie theaters or you go other places to watch it on TV. You had to pay to go watch it. Now, Don King took everything and everybody from Bob Arum. Don King just retired. But Bob Arum, that's why Don King made all the big fights back in the 70s. They wouldn't go on to Don King no more. Larry Holmes, Muhammad Ali, Smoking Joe Frazier, Ernie Frazier, Ernie Shavers, George Foreman, Ken Norton. Yeah, he had some mob ties before he got in boxing.
Bukari, he
I
got
ain't,
too
I ain't,
many
I,
crimes against him, Bukari. It's too many
but
crimes.
guess what? But guess what? Right? He got rid of the Italians too. He got rid of them too. He got rid of them too.
It's too many crimes, Bukari. That's all I'm
He got
saying.
rid of them too. How is that a crime? Getting rid of Italians, getting rid of Jews. How is that a crime? I keep telling you, y'all, when I say look at when I say study Don King, I'm talking about study how, because see, I understand that Don King learned how business was done in this country. And see, what we focus on, but look now, look how he got rid of everybody. All right, so he could be Don King Promotions. Did way back then what people trying to do today. They still trying to do it. They can't make the big fights because they ain't got all the champions. Don King had all the champions. Don King had all the champions.
All right, Bukari. You want to answer this because we gotta go, but you want to answer this or no?
I ain't talking about his street days. I'm not talking about his street days.
Nah, it's yo. So should we follow Al Sharpton too?
I'm not talking about it. Well, Al Sharpton ain't did what Don King did. Show me what Al Sharpton took over in control. See, I keep telling you, y'all. See, that's what I'm saying. Y'all can focus on one thing, but you can't see the bigger picture.
No, you can look at you can look at somebody at one aspect and then also be like, yo, well, he committed a lot of crimes though, you know what I'm saying? But this one thing he did good. He's a great promoter, you know what I'm saying? But he committed a lot of crimes against black people though.
I'm talking about he also helped a lot of black people, but I'm just talking about how he did his business and how he came from nothing. And that's what you can't see. We can't stay focused on it. We can't stay focused on that.
Well, Deion Sanders helped black people, you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. But he also committed crimes, so like we can't give some people a pass or not others. Deion Sanders helped a whole lot of black people just now.
Yeah, and you're right. And some people can see what Deion did while he was at Jackson State, and the next coach should come in there and mimic some of that.
All right, so Bukari is Don King a coon?
Don King, the greatest businessman in the history of the country.
No, I'm just trying to give you so everybody know you, like, you know what I'm saying, you know he do be like cooning, but you also I agree with you, you know what I'm saying, you can study somebody's business and then also see them as somebody else, you know what I'm saying, but I agree, don't do that to brothers, you know what I'm saying, like don't rip off brothers.
Did Don King have some coontivity? Yes, he had some coontivity, but I'm just talking about look at how he did, how he learned from what other people was doing and was able to push those people out the way. That's all I'm talking about. That's all I'm talking about.
Hey, Raw,
that's all I'm talking about.
Hey, Raw, how long do you think the ban should be, Raw?
Right? Watch this, right? Everybody study black folks and get rich. When I'm talking about studying a black person to see what he did to other people to get out the way, black people can't study that part. We got we can't look and see.
I agree with that part. I agree with that part. I agree with that part.
And how he was able to take control.
And then when you start learning how to do it, then shysting us, you know what I'm saying? Now, whoa, we got to call a timeout here. That's all I'm saying. You know
the brother is back. Explain. See, you better study boxing a little bit more. The brother's back. Yes, Don King did. And explain how I'm cool, because I'm talking about Don King, how he learned what people was doing to him and he was able to move them out the way. How is that cooning? I don't get it. I just don't get it.
Yeah, I ain't gonna say you cooning, Bukari. I'm just saying, yeah, I wouldn't say that you cooning. I ain't gonna say Bukari's cooning, but he committed crimes, Bukari. All I'm gonna say,
watch this. Watch this. We can say he committed a crime. Watch this, right? And for the sake of this conversation, I ain't gonna even say he didn't. I know everything he did wasn't good, and I also know everything he did wasn't bad. But at the name another promoter. I'm going to name the heavyweight division when heavyweight dominated boxing. Don King had them all. Ali, Larry Holmes, George Foreman, Ernest Shavers, Ken Norton. Name another boxer. Just name another heavyweight boxer, another black heavyweight boxer in the 70s that was world champion that wouldn't sign a Don King. Ain't nobody else ever been able to do it.
Bakari,
And that's what I'm talking about.
You can study one thing and still recognize that, you know what I'm saying?
And I was watch this.
Yeah,
and I was talking about studying, and I was talking about studying one thing. If we want to get into that other stuff, we can get into that other stuff too. Who did Don?
But that's what I'm saying, Bakari. Look, Bakari, that's what I'm saying. Because like I can study Einstein because he created the hydrogen bomb. But does that think I mean like Einstein is my friend or the Germans because they created NASA? I've learned how to create NASA, but they're not my friends.
What? And I didn't say. First of all, I ain't say nothing about. And you constantly comparing Don King.
No, I'm
but
saying
you
you're right. That's what I'm saying. No, I'm trying to say that you're right. That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say, Bakari, because I'm trying to say that you're saying, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're not saying that, you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to be on your side here, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're not saying that, you know what I'm saying, that he's your friend or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? You're not saying that he wasn't a coon. You're just saying look at his business practices and you can learn from that, right?
Learn how he pushed them out the way. Yes, you can. No, should you rip
but
your
also forget how he pushed black people out the way too. But
But you know what? Watch this. You don't what black people he pushed out the way? He didn't push none out the way.
Man, I'm about to start looking up videos. We gotta go. Next time I'm gonna bring up videos of all the people that said got ripped off by Don King, and that's brothers. I don't care about nobody else. I'm glad he ripped off the Jews, but don't bring that activity back to the hood or back to the because that's why we're the hood and not the neighborhood.
And guess what? And you shouldn't. And I absolutely agree with that. But I'm talking about how he was able to take control, how he was able to get all like what PBC is doing now. The guy that owns PBC, Al Hamer. What he's doing, he's mimicking Don King. And I ain't talking about ripping off fighters. I'm talking about trying to take complete control of boxing. That's who his champions is fighting each other because that's who taught him. That's why he's able to do what he's doing. Because that's who taught. He learned from Don King. And that's what I'm talking about. And that's what I'm talking about. I ain't talking about. I'm just what you can learn and how if you want to, because absolutely nobody else have nothing to do with PBC. PBC is all black. When you see PBC pay-per-view fights, it's all black, all of them, everything.
Yo, what up, Bobby?
What's going on, Bobby? We've been on here 4 hours, man.
Yeah, we gotta go. Hey, Bobby. Hold on.
Brother's back. You should come to my channel and we can have a discussion about Don. Because I'm not saying Don King was perfect. I'm just looking at one aspect. What I'm saying, we can learn and what we can learn from what he was able to do to what he was able to do to those. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, hey Bobby, and I'm gonna listen to Raw and Erica on because right now we discussing how long Bakari's ban on talking sports should be, and he's making it worse for himself the longer he keep going. He should have got off an hour ago for you. I tried to give him a pass with boxing, but then he went down that lane. You know what I'm saying? Raw said indefinitely. You still think indefinitely? Because I'll be with you this time. I tried to give him a pass for 1 year. Bobby been listening. How long you think his ban should be from talking sports? He was because we got Deion saying like he led me and Erica astray with Deion saying this, and we'll ride with you again if it's another brother. We'll still ride with you with that. But then we got Dak Prescott and the Jerry Jones caping. You know what I'm saying? And then who else we had? Boxing. I mean, what other sport you talk about, Bakari? It's just too many too many problems here, Bakari. That's all I'm saying. Because I think my conspiracy theory is I think Bakari was a Cowboys fan back in the day. He was a fan of Deion Sanders. So when he saw Deion Sanders coming to Jackson State, and it's shouts out to Jackson State. That's where Bakari's son go. You know what I'm saying? Shouts out to them, all day, every day. But, he saw Deion Sanders and he was a fan of the Cowboys. So he had a weak heart, you know what I'm saying? And his fandom, you know what I'm saying? Because he's addicted to the sports, you know what I'm saying? It opened the door for him to get tricked and for us to be sellouts and coons. And then that's how quick you can, you know what I'm saying, turn into it. Like you can be infiltrated, you know what I'm saying? Because me and Erica trusted Bakari, and then Bakari let Deion Sanders in because he was a fan of Jerry Jones, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you can't speak on sports no more, King Bakari.
I have no idea what you're even talking. I have no idea how Jerry Jones come up in anything that I'm talking about. I have no idea.
That's my conspiracy theory. That's my conspiracy theory. You was a fan of Deion Sanders back in the day because you love Jerry Jones and the Cowboys, and so it opened your heart up.
But the problem is you want to create a conspiracy. I already told you I was a Jerry Rice fan, and Deion had to guard Jerry Rice. So I have no idea anything about. See, you want to create a conspiracy, but that have nothing to do with me. I was never. That don't mean I didn't think Deion was great at what he did, but I was not a Deion fan. I was a Jerry Rice fan. And whenever they played, he had to stick Jerry Rice. So I have no idea. See, you try to come up with a conspiracies that don't make sense.
I think your love for sports has opened up a weakness in your because you Bakari, you into our Demela, and then when it comes to sports, you turn into Bakari, and then there's a weakness in there, and then through the brother Deion Sanders because you love them, because like that's what the evidence with Dak Prescott. You give him a pass because you a fan of Jerry Jones and the Cowboys, so you give him a pass. And then you already diluted with boxing. You know what I'm saying? So you don't really know. And then the players that you like.
I absolutely have no idea what you're even making up in your head with the words coming out your mouth.
Hey, Bobby, how long you think Bakari ban on sports should be? I'm with you, Raw. I'm with you. At first I was gonna be easy. I was gonna say 1 year.
I have no idea of the stuff you make, what's coming out of your mouth, because you keep mentioning Jerry Jones, and you keep mentioning folks I ain't even talking about.
Your love for the Cowboys and Jerry Jones opened up your heart for Deion Sanders. For when Deion, because back in the day when you was young and impressionable, you loved Deion Sanders. So then when you see him coming to Jackson State, now you telling me and Erica, oh yeah, look at this. You know what I'm saying? Let's get behind this. And me and Erica like, yo, Team Black all day. You know what I'm saying? Let's get behind Deion Sanders. And now we cooning. We the sellouts.
Wait a minute. But what you're doing, right?
See how fast you get infiltrated?
So I'm finna show you something, right? As we spoke and talked, I'm gonna say it again. What college did I say was DB University? I can name.
Hold on. What is that? DB University.
What coach I said was considered DB University? I told you don't be listening. All defensive back, DB University was Alcorn State University. You know my favorite cornerback gonna be somebody you ain't even heard of, who played against Jerry Rice in college, beat him in college because I was an Alcorn fan. Well, Jerry Rice beat them too. They used to have battles. But my favorite gonna be Isaac Holt. You don't even know who Isaac Holt is. See, I keep telling you, dude. I keep telling you when I talk about
the weakness, Bakari. You've been loving sports for so long. And open up a weakness in your heart that you can't.
When I talk about HBCUs, I'm gonna name players that I like that y'all probably don't know because y'all didn't follow HBCUs like that. Deion Sanders wasn't even my favorite cornerback. Man, he played for the Minnesota
NFL
Vikings.
is not an HBCU, Bakari. The Cowboys is not HBCU.
Yes. So guess what? So eventually, Isaac Holt went 4 years to college, graduated, and went pro. So of course, he's not going to stay in the HBCU forever.
I know. So that's when we stop supporting him, right?
Why would I stop? Why would I stop supporting him?
Okay, so now that's when he gets to Jerry Jones and the Cowboys. You're going to keep supporting him, right?
What does Isaac Holt have to do with Jerry
Because
Jones in the Cowboys?
you
You
supporting
really,
them. That's who you supporting.
you
You're not
really have an
supporting.
infinity.
You're not supporting
You
Isaac
really have
Holt.
an infinity. You really have an infinity for Jerry Jones
God,
and the
Bakari.
Cowboys.
No, it's not Jerry
You
Jones and the
really,
Cowboys. It's
because
because I was just
watch
talking
this.
about
Because
basketball. It's basketball too. It's
Because I'm talking
basketball
about
too.
Isaac Holt. I'm talking about Isaac Holt, who was drafted by the Minnesota Vikings. And for some strange reason, Jerry Jones and the Cowboys
Bakari.
keep coming out. I didn't even mention, you have an infinity for Jerry. You have an affection for Jerry Jones.
It got to do with you and your
You
love
have an
for
affection
sport.
for Jerry Jones.
No.
You
That's
have an
what.
affection.
No. I'm only talking. Jerry Jones only got to do with your love for Deion Sanders and the weakness that it caused for him. Your because you were like, yo, Deion Sanders is coming here. I'm only talking about Deion Sanders, but your love for sports as a whole lets you know who Deion Sanders is. You know what I'm saying? And then you love Deion Sanders, so of course you support Jerry Jones. And so that opened up your heart for weakness, and that led to me and Erica to be hurt now. And you owe me and Erica an apology.
What you don't do is listen. I tried to learn you who Leslie Frazier is. You didn't want to. I can try to learn you about Ashley Ambrose. I'm telling you the cornerbacks I follow. You understand? I'm telling you. So please just do me a favor. Please stop trying to put. Please stop trying to put the white man name in my, because the white man name continuously come out of you. Everybody's name I've said is black. The white man name continuously come out of your mouth. It ain't came out of my mouth.
Yeah, you're right. I'm telling you to not support that white man. It's gonna keep coming out of my mouth because I'm like, stop supporting that white man because it's leading to our destruction, Bakari.
When did Jerry Rice become white? When did Isaac Holt become white? When did Ashley Ambrose become white?
You said Jerry Rice became white when he did that. Jerry Rice became white when he did that Popeyes commercial with the helmet on. You know what I'm saying?
I bet you.
Isaac Holt.
I bet you Jerry Rice ain't white. When did Isaac Holt become white?
Isaac Holt did some cool stuff before, bro. I seen the interview with him saying some real
Holt
cool
was drafted
stuff,
by the
bro.
Isaac Holt was drafted by the Minnesota Vikings.
Bro, he was, but he said some cool stuff. I think it was when he was playing. He said something that was like real coolness, you know what I'm saying? It was super coolness, you know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna lie. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying because I don't want to go down that road like, HBCUs is coons, you know what I'm saying? Like, but I'm just saying your love for Jerry Jones is with not Jerry Jones, but the Cowboys is what I'm saying. Because you support players you like, and maybe it's the sports itself, not necessarily Jerry Jones, but maybe we should take a break from the sports, you know what I'm saying? Because it got us out here, because like the brother said, we selling out. You know what I'm saying? We selling out. We ain't going by tradition because we selling out because you like, oh, let's support this player, but you really supporting Jerry Jones. You know what I'm saying? And I agree with you, Raw. Like, it's been upgraded to indefinitely for sure, Bakari, because you keep going. You know what I'm saying? You should have stopped an hour ago. You know what I'm saying? Maybe you would have got a year suspension, but now we got to get Raw and we got to get, Erica in here to decide when and if you've made enough advancements to be able to talk sports again, you know what I'm saying?
And
Bobby, what do you think, Bobby? Should he be able to talk sports, Bobby?
There's really only one person that's mentioning white people. But I'm going to tell you again, right? When you're going to get to the point where you're going to say you ain't going to support white people. So that means you got to get off YouTube too.
We can get off YouTube.
Saying.
We can get off.
You got to stop using YouTube.
Bakari, me and you did a show. Me and you did a show about getting off YouTube, and we talked about the white bitch.
But I'm finna show you something right. I'm finna show you something right. When you telling somebody else they got to do something right now because you support your own oppression.
You ain't got to do nothing.
If you on YouTube, you still supporting the same damn people. I'm just saying.
You want me to tell you why that's false, Bakari? Because while you on here, I got to meet you, you know what I'm saying, Raw, who have been able to help me with my mission that I'm doing, you know what I'm saying? Like, but me watching football, I would have never met you. I would have never, you know what I'm saying? There's two different things.
But I'm still talking about what people being supported, making money.
But if we wasn't on here, you know what I'm saying, we wouldn't have, yo, I wouldn't know anything about Team Black. I wouldn't have been able to meet Erica or nothing like that. But you know what? If I watched football or didn't watch football, this still would have happened. You know what I'm saying? That's what I mean by supporting them. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm not saying not to support them. All I'm just saying is maybe consider. I'm only just telling you just to consider maybe your love for Jerry Jones and the Cowboys. Open your heart for weakness and let Deion Sanders come in.
It's one
and
thing.
then let me
It's
and
one
Erica
thing
out.
I learned. Right? It's one thing I learned. The person that constantly called that's the person with the end. How many times have you said that dude's name in the last 5 minutes?
I know,
The owner of the
I know,
Cowboys.
Bakari, because you
Wait a
let
minute, no,
these
but
people come
how
into
many?
the
Wait a minute.
cookout. That's what I'm
How
trying to
many
tell you.
times? No.
You let
How
them
many
come into the
times have
cookout. We
you?
got to get them out
No,
of here.
How many times have you said his
Well, I
name, and how
have to
many times
mention
have
it.
I said
I
it?
have to mention it
No,
because
you
you
don't.
have. Look, I'm
You
gonna tell you
don't.
why I
It's
have
a
to
whole.
mention it
Watch this.
because you have
Watch
allowed
this.
our
Bobby, you're right. Watch this.
cookout to be
Bobby, you're right.
infiltrated
If
because
I
me and
said,
Erica was like, "Oh,
Bobby, you're right. If I
Deion
said the
Sanders,"
owner
and
of
now
the
I
Dallas
understand
Cowboys,
why you were saying
would you know
Deion
who I'm
Sanders.
talking about? Bobby, right. If I said the owner of the Cowboys, would you know who I'm talking about? Or the guy that owned it, Dallas Cowboys team. Would you know who I'm talking about?
Yeah. No, I'm telling you why I'm telling you why I'm bringing them up though, Bakari, because we
Okay,
wouldn't have
but
been
I said
talking.
how
We
many
wouldn't have had nothing
times?
to do with this. But you
I
brought
say
Deion Sanders
how
to
many
us,
times?
and the
I say
reason
how
why
many
you like,
times have you said his name?
I know because you brought him to the
Look at
cookout.
that. Watch this. Watch this.
Deion Sanders, and
Forecast.
now I know why
Bobby E.
you
Wright
kept
say.
saying Deion Sanders.
Bobby E. Wright say if you said the owner of the Cowboys, he would know. He would know who you talking about.
I know.
But how many
I
times
know.
have you?
I'm telling you.
So,
I said his.
but
I'm
how many
telling you why.
times? How
I'm
many
telling
times
you.
have you said his name? How
I'm
many
telling
times have
you.
you said his name in the last 5 minutes?
I'm telling you, I said his name every time that you brought them to the cookout. You bringing them to the
How many
cookout, forcing
times
us to say
have
his
you
name.
said his name? How
I
many
have
times
to.
have you said his name in
A
the
lot.
last 5 minutes?
A lot.
Why? Why?
Because okay, now can I answer you why? Can I answer
It
you why?
seems like you can.
Because me
It
and
seems like
Erica, can I answer you why? Or you don't want that answer? Because me and Erica was minding our own business. You know what I'm saying? And then you was like, yo, let's get on this Deion Sanders thing. We was like, yeah, let's do it. And even though the brother was trying to tell us we was outsiders, we would be the coons if we support this, and they was right. But we was like, nah, let's ride with Bakari. But little did I know you was a Cowboys fan and a Jerry Jones fan, and so that's why you had an affinity for Deion Sanders. And now we got to deal with this whole thing and our embarrassment in our facility because you don't know what you're talking about when it comes to sports. You know what I'm saying?
You
Like,
know what
man,
you know what you're saying. You know what you're saying don't make sense, right?
It makes sense, Bakari. I know it don't make sense to you
To who?
because we wouldn't talk about
Who
Deion
does it make
Sanders if
sense
you
to?
ain't bring it to us. Like Bakari, why was you
Who?
a fan?
Okay,
Why
watch
was
this,
you a
right?
fan of?
You said,
Who was you a
wait a
fan
minute.
of Deion
Now
Sanders
you
on?
just said
Who was you a
you
fan of
just
Deion
said
Sanders
we
on?
would.
Because he was with
You
the
just said
Cowboys, right?
we wouldn't talk about. You said we wouldn't
Yeah.
talk about Deion Sanders. So why are you steady bringing up Jerry Jones' name?
Because we didn't put our names on the line to stick up for Deion
Who?
Sanders.
Wait a minute. Let me ask you one. Who did Deion Sanders play for in the NFL?
He played for the Cowboys.
Well, who did he play for first?
Who did he play for first? I don't know.
Yeah.
He played for the 49ers. You're
No,
not a
he played for the
49ers
Atlanta
fan?
Falcons. Wait a minute.
Atlanta
He
Falcons.
played for the Atlanta
Yeah.
Falcons,
Look,
then the 49ers,
I was
then the
3 years old
Cowboys.
and I was 3 years old in like 1990.
So let me ask you a question. Why didn't you say anything about the Bartolo brothers that used to own the 49ers?
What about
Why
him?
are you stuck? Why are you stuck on the white?
Because you're a Cowboys fan. You're not if you was a 49ers fan, I
why
would talk
are you
about
stuck?
them. If you was
Why
a
are you
49ers
stuck
fan, I
on
would
that?
talk about them.
So now do me a favor. Now explain how I'm a Cowboys fan.
Because you was like, yo, I gotta support the Cowboys every time they come on TV. I'm gonna watch the Cowboys, and I'm trying to get us to not watch the game.
Okay. Well, I'm finna use Dion. You know, God, I'm gonna say what Dion. You know, God don't be. I'm finna God. God told me to tell you. Now I'm finna use Dion on you. God.
Bakari, you can't change your band. You only gonna make it worse. That's what I'm trying to stop you, Bakari. We wouldn't be you a Cowboys fan, not a 49ers fan. We would be talking about the 49ers, you know what I'm saying? But you're a Cowboys fan. That's why.
I just told you the players I named to you that I like, you didn't even know who they were. Do you know who Jimmy Smith is?
You said Jimmy Smith?
Yeah.
No. I mean, I wasn't alive in the 80s. You know what I'm saying? I was alive when the good players came in. You know what I'm saying?
Jimmy Smith played in the 2000s.
Oh,
It was
Jimmy
one of
Smith.
the
Oh, yeah,
best.
the running back. Yeah.
No, Jimmy Smith played wide receiver. See, I
For the
keep telling you,
Jaguars? You talking about for the Jaguars?
yeah,
Yeah, I know the
I keep telling you, dude. I supported HBCUs my whole life. Another Jackson State great. I keep telling you, you keep talking. I keep
I'm not.
naming
No,
players who
I never said you
that
was
went
an
to
HBCU fan. I'm
watch
just saying
this,
you don't know what you're
watch
saying
this,
when you talk
that
about
went
sports.
that went to HBCUs.
I never said
Mainly
you
in
wasn't an
Mississippi
HB.
because
It ain't got nothing
and
to
I
do
can
with.
name players and I name players from the
They ain't got
SWAC.
nothing. They ain't got
Uh,
nothing to do with it. We
uh,
supported Jackson State because you were HBCU. That's your weakness, though. The sports is the weakness, Bakari.
I still
Because we wouldn't be
I
cooning
still
right now
support
if it wasn't for your sports love. You know what I'm saying? It ain't about
them.
Jerry Jones.
I
It's
still
about the
support them.
sport. But
See, you
Bakari,
keep saying that dude's name. I wonder why you
that's
keep
why I
saying.
was mad at
I
Kyrie
wonder why you
Irving
keep
last
saying his
week.
name.
No, I'm saying it's not about Jerry Jones. I'm saying that's why I was mad at Kyrie Irving last week because he bent the knee because our love for sports and no players would want to say nothing. And it's not even just the players, it's the people, like not you. I'm saying the young brothers I was listening to, you know what I'm saying? Like they wouldn't even stop watching it, even though they complaining about it. You know what I'm saying? It's our love for these sports that's making maybe that's a weakness, you know what I'm saying? Because they know they control you in words, you know what I'm saying? Like that's what I'm saying. It's not about Jerry Jones, even though you love Jerry Jones. That's you in particular, but not everybody loves Jerry Jones. But some people might love the Redskins. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what
Have
I'm
you
saying. Like,
have, have you ever studied anything about Jerry Jones?
huh?
Have you ever studied anything about Jerry Jones?
Have I studied anything about him? I mean, I've been seeing all the racist stuff you've been doing for like the last like 30 years. You know
Man,
what I'm saying?
that was 65 years ago.
No, I'm saying no. I ain't even talking about that. I'm talking about why I've been alive. I'm talking about why I've been alive. I've seen all the
Hey,
racist stuff you've been doing.
that was 65 years ago down south. Everybody down south, down south here. But man, I done got sick of that shit. I don't even know why you still calling that dude now. I really don't worry about Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones don't mean nothing to me.
Yeah, that's your favorite team. That's why. That's what I'm saying.
But I think he mean a lot to you. Because you have said, I counted, you have literally said his name 174 times in the last 5 minutes. Like you calling him.
No, I'm saying no. That's because you on here and that's who you love. You know what I'm saying? If it was a 49ers fan, it would be whoever owned the 49ers or whoever. It's just because you love Jerry Jones. And what I'm saying with you is I'm just saying we got hurt with the Deion because I'm hurt right now. And I'm blaming you because you know what I'm saying, like I'm hurt about Deion Sanders, you know what I'm saying? And now that I'm realizing that you love the Cowboys and Jerry Jones, I'm like, yo, Deion Sanders played for the Cowboys. Is that why Bakari was like loving Deion Sanders, even though he knew he was an outsider and stuff like that? So I'm like, yo, maybe is Bakari weakness for sports and football, Jerry Jones and the Cowboys that got me
you don't
hurt.
hear that way. You don't hear that well, do you? I was a Jerry Rice fan, my man. Jerry Rice, Warren Moon. I have no idea why you keep saying. Then I used to hope Vince Evans get in the game and play quarterback for whatever team he was on.
So Bakari, before we go, man, are we tired? Have we had our fill with sports? Do we want to get ourselves together before we worry about playing? You know what I'm saying? Or are you still a Cowboys fan or do you still love Jerry Jones?
I have no idea why that question was be asked to me. So
all right, just the first part then. Are we done with sports, man? I'm done with basketball. Kyrie got me, you know what I'm saying? Jerry Jones got you just now. You know what I'm saying? We done with sports. We ain't gotta support Ezekiel or Kyrie. We done with sports, right, Bakari? Me and you know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna tell you, I don't say it just 100 times. I really don't watch sports, but if I want to watch something, I'm gonna watch it. But I don't watch sports, right? I really don't. I stopped watching football a long time ago. Very seldom. I have players that I like. I used to follow VY, Vince Young. Let me see what Vince Young doing. I pull for black quarterbacks. I have other players that I do like, but I want black quarterbacks to win. But I don't sit around and watch. I don't know why you keep asking me that. I don't watch sports, dude. I probably stopped watching football way before you.
Hey, Bobby.
Yeah.
He a
Willie Totten
Cowboy.
was good, but Willie Totten was good, but they did Willie Totten wrong. They said he was too little. Willie Satellite Totten. It was Willie Satellite Totten to Jerry World Rice.
Hey, Bobby, Bakari is a Cowboys fan. You know what I'm saying? Don't let him confuse you.
Hey, you a Southern fan, Bobby, or you like Grambling? You probably like both.
Let it go, Bakari, man. Go ahead. Like, we got to get off of here, Bakari, because I know you gotta get up, don't it?
It's raining here, man, but I'm finna get off here because I'm finna lay down.
Yeah. Take your L. Take your indefinite. I'm going with indefinite after this point. You didn't failed at boxing. You didn't went back to football, and it makes no sense, man. Go ahead, take your L. We all for sports for a while. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I don't want to hear nothing about, you know what I'm saying, none of them. You know what I'm saying? Last words. I forgot to put your channel in the chat, man. Let me do that.
Hey, look, man, we got Ross say she can laugh at this, but things so bad she can't crack a smile. But we want you to smile because me and Forecast go back and forth. Hopefully everybody knows that this wasn't serious what me and Forecast were having.
No, it ain't serious. But you did put us out there, Bakar. You gotta. The brother was like, we was the ones selling out. Now we gotta be like, we was selling out.
Yeah, so look, you know what? I sold out. Did I say Dion did good? Yeah, but I did. I ain't gonna lie about the hype. Everything he said, I fell for it. Because I just saw black folk coming up. I'm being honest. I saw black schools coming up. I really did. Because for me, it wasn't even just about Jackson State to me, because, you know, I mean, as soon as my son leave there, I'm getting back on that Alcorn State bandwagon. But it was about the HBCUs, man. That's why I mentioned. And it was messed up the way he dipped. But, you know, we so used to being treated bad. Everybody can figure out a way to them where that makes sense. He got $5 million. And forget about everything that he said. Hey, you like Southern. Southern used to be good in basketball back in the day, too. One of my friends graduated from Southern. One of my friends here graduated from Southern. We call it Southern Baton Rouge in Mississippi. We call it Southern Baton Rouge. My homeboy from Louisiana would be like, man, why you keep saying Southern Baton Rouge? We know you're just Southern. It took a long time. The Louisiana people told me, man, stop saying Southern Baton Rouge. We said Southern because we had a Southern Mississippi. So when we said Southern in Mississippi, people thought you was talking about Southern Miss. So we would have to say Southern Miss. Yeah, Avery Johnson. Avery Johnson led the nation in assists 3 years in a row. Then went to the NBA and started won a championship. You know, you can't win with him. You can't win. I like Avery Johnson.
All right, Bakari. So yeah, man. I'm sorry, Erica. I tried to get him to apologize, but you know, Bakari got us thrown under the bus. But we went from Ballin to shut up and dribble that quick. You know what I'm saying? But
hey, you know what? It don't make a difference what I talk about on my channel, no way, Forecast. Can't nobody hear me, no way. All this static.
so we can hear you on your phone. You ain't had no problem on your phone the whole time, though.
Yeah, but you know what? That's good. But it shut off sometime too. Those StreamYard to kick me out of here. So I'm trying to figure out how to get in on another way, man, because I don't know why I can't pick it up on my computer no more.
Yeah. All right, man. Yo, like, hopefully one day I'll get y'all to be like, man, until we get our own leagues, man, forget this sports stuff. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm trying to do. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying I want. You think I don't want to watch basketball and football? You know what I'm saying? But how can you comfortably do that?
I'm gonna tell you something, forecast. I say we done had this conversation before, but I think the opportunity to really control, have a league and be able to control where the talent go, not where you can tell people to go. We let it slip through our hand, and during that pandemic, when Kyrie then was arguing about they should have ownership in the NBA. Now, don't get it twisted. I absolutely agree because they let those coaches in the NBA and the NFL sign a contract and get a percentage of the team. But I don't understand why the players can't, right? But anyway, and the NBA had come out and said the second best talent in the world right now is coming from Africa. That was our opportunity to get you a league. And this is the thing, right? This is the thing. Even though like Kyrie them, they probably gonna stay in the NBA. But you could have had a league, and let's say like somebody who can play ball in Richmond, but wasn't good enough to go to the NBA, right? But think about being good enough to go to your black country and make you $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 a year. You understand what I'm saying? But they let it slip through their hand, and while they was arguing about getting ownership in the NBA slid right under them and started NBA Africa. That should have been what it was right there. Then you could have had more control because they got to come to you for the talent. You see what I'm saying? Then they can't just go get the talent. They would have to come to us. Forever have to come to them for the talent. Come to us for the talent. But we let it slip through our hands. And I understand exactly what you mean. That's why I'm telling you, look, if somebody asks me about if somebody scores some points or what they did, look, man, let me see who played, who won the game. I really don't sit down and watch a game. Let me see what Giannis did or something like that. I really don't watch sports like that.
Yeah, but Bakari,
Definitely not like I used to.
Well, it's on some I don't even know what's going on right now. Like in football, I don't know what's been going on for like years and years. In basketball, I would say this year. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna lie, after the Kyrie thing, that's what took me to de-Negroify a little bit more. And I don't know what's going on. I don't know who did what, except for if I look on Facebook or somebody say something. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not looking on there for that. But I'm just saying that's the only time I even know what anybody does anything. You know what I'm saying? Because we just stuck on it. That it takes an extreme action to get out of there. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. And they really it's like they did that's blatant disrespect what they did to Kyrie, and then the turnaround and how it was handled with Jerry Jones. That shows to everybody in the world, including our children, which is the most important, that we are weak as hell. You know what I'm saying? How they can make us buck break us, but you know what I'm saying, dude can do whatever and just say, oh yeah, it's whatever, and then just hit you with any random story. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I don't know what it was like. Then why would you even go down there? Because everybody knows what was up. Everybody knows the truth, and that's the point. They can buck break you and then turn around a week later and do something to you and you can't do nothing. And whether it's fake or not, they did it to show the whole world that we are weak. You know what I'm saying? That's just it. You know what I'm saying? That's the problem. And if we ain't got the ability to be like, yo, that's disrespectful to us, and we got more self-pride and self-respect not to sit there and still support you after you buck break us and then disrespect us, you know what I'm saying, then we gonna stay in this position, you know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna keep putting pressure on. It's not you, you know what I'm saying, Bakari. It's just like,
man, I don't even care about you saying that to me. We just gonna keep having the same. Keep saying, I know exactly what you mean. I know, but but want me to tell you one of the problems though?
What's that?
Most black people, most African Americans today have completely bought into the American dream, and we are completely American. And it's hard to get them away from it. And I'm just being honest. That's part of the problem.
Yeah, but I think it's two ways to do that, and I'm not gonna say the other way. You know what I'm saying? because I'm gonna try to keep it positive. But the only other way is to because I was listening to somebody say, "Well, I went to the army. I wanted to get out of my community, and that was the only one offering me economic opportunities. Not that I loved it or anything, but they offered me opportunities. And so, like, to get people to listen to you and follow you, if you want to create a new religion or do anything or create a new organization." Some people back in the day, you could do something as simple as heal people, around the island, and people will listen to you. But today you may have to accomplish something. Like if we was to accomplish, like, solving a water issue in a certain city, you may be able to get followers. It's not abstract or something crazy, but it does take hard work. And I think that if we do that, then we will, So, but I don't, like you said, like, and that's the problem. So that's why I keep making it uncomfortable. The least I can do is make it uncomfortable. Either you're gonna turn me off and it's just gonna be us in here, which it is now, or you know what I'm saying, you're gonna either be like, yo, I understand it's too uncomfortable for me to be living this life, you know what I'm saying? I know I gotta make a change. You gotta do one or the other, or you can't be around me, you know what I'm saying, or my brother Bakari or Raw, or Bobby, or none of us, you know what I'm saying? So, but Bakari, for the last time, your last words, you know what I'm saying? We gotta get out of here. It's like 1 something.
Damn, it's that late? Shit, no one stay up this late. I'm gonna oversleep tomorrow. Probably sleep to 6:30.
Yeah,
But yeah,
Bakari,
man, appreciate
you on
you
that old
doing
man?
this. Yeah, I'm on that old man time, but you know what? This is good. I had to go back on some of my words for Dion. I can say when I'm wrong. The dude, I'm gonna tell you something, man. I'm gonna be honest. The dude with the blue do-rag was right. Some of my people from Jackson, Mississippi, had already told me some of that stuff. I just, man, they hate us. I'm talking about even before he said it, bro. I promise you. And they just hate us. Man, why they don't want to see Jackson State come up? I guess I should have known if they did like Jackson State, but I didn't pay no attention. I took that man for his word, and that was the worst thing, was taking that man for his word, because he here to do something for his people. And I took that to heart. I really took that to heart, because you're doing something with your people and you're dealing with our youth. So I'm thinking, shit, okay, I took that to heart. He gonna deal with our youth. So I'm like, you know what? When they leave college, they don't go to the NFL. Maybe at least they gonna be a man when they leave there, dealing with a black man, somebody like them who can help them and show them things. I fell for it. Then he bounced like it was nothing. Like it was nothing. You know what I'm saying? He just bounced like it was nothing. But like the dude came in the chat, you really emotional about this. Because black folks is used to being treated bad by everybody. So it's okay. Because the only thing they see is the money. And like I said, I understand. Some people is gonna like if Tamika Reed go, would it hurt? Yeah, would it bother me? So, but not the same. Because I would understand, because she haven't made $150 million in her 200. You understand what I'm saying? She ain't made $150 million in her life. You feel me? So in a sense, you want to secure your future, and I can't be mad at nobody for that. You feel me? It will hurt, but I can't be mad at nobody for that. But this dude got it, and he just bounced with the youth there, and don't even care, because God told him. God told him to do it for his people. Now God telling him to do it for all ethnicities and everybody. Every race, every background, everybody, because he God people. And there's black people in Colorado too. Peace up, Bobby. Peace, Rob. Peace up for forecast.
Yeah, peace, Bakari. Antoine de Mela, I appreciate you for coming through. Shouts out to you. Shouts out to Bobby, Raw. Y'all was the only one commenting for a while. Let me see who else was there. The brother is back. I don't know. All of y'all that was out there. Some of y'all time to work. Some of y'all been out there and ain't saying nothing. Dwayne, Erica. Definitely shouts out to Erica. Hopefully she gonna be back soon. And shouts out to my brother Bakari. And look, this is gonna be my last words, y'all. I'm gonna give them my last words, you know what I'm saying? So here we go.
We're going to create a new banner. This is a Jum Doc alert. Ding, 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 ding. I'm numb to this commentary. Like, must they run their mouths like that? Unfortunately, a lot of kids and some adults take these ignorant comments seriously. Look, there might be a cautionary lesson in LeBron for kids. This is what happens when you attempt to leave high school a year early to join the NBA. And it's always unwise to seek political advice from someone who gets paid $100 million a year to bounce a ball. Oh, and LeBron and Kevin, you're great players, but no one voted for you. Millions elected Trump to be their coach. So keep the political commentary to yourself, or as someone once said, shut up and dribble.
The ball games, there are two series of ball games in the system of racism and white supremacy: large brown balls and small white balls. And those are symbols of respective symbols of black male testicles and white male testicles. Black people didn't create these games, nor did they create the symbolism. The symbolism comes out of the brain computers of people who classify themselves as white and their struggle for survival on a planet where their genetic material is recessive compared to black genetic material, which is dominant. And the whole idea that, you know, I mean, you can say that the game of football, like all the other ball games in a system of racism and white supremacy, they have black players in some of the games, but the games are basically controlled by people who classify themselves as white. And so that the brown ball is, first of all, it's larger than the white balls, but it has to be the right large size, and it cannot be under-inflated. In my view, it's just fascinating. Speaking.
What do you think about the other black athletes like them who in their time have had influence or would have been in a position to have influenced people, their own people and this sort of thing, about their attitude, which is certainly slightly less moderate than yours, or slightly more moderate rather than yours?
Well, they go down in history just been athletes. They don't. I'm giving more praise and credit for what I'm just doing now on this show than coming here and beating 5-year-old English champions.
Oh, at the same time.
Because right now, black people, when you show this show, are home jumping, home shouting, because they don't have the nerve to say what I'm saying, and nobody has never said it, and they're just so happy to see a black man who will stand up and jeopardize every quarter he's got to tell the truth. So, like Floyd Patterson and other fighters, they just don't take part. They make $1 million, they get them a Rolls Royce, they get them a nice home, they get them a white wife. Well, I made it, America's great, and the rest of them catching hell, and he won't say nothing. But when one man of popularity can let the world know the problem, he might lose a few dollars himself telling the truth, might lose his life, but he's helping millions. But if I kept my mouth shut just because I can make millions, and then this ain't doing nothing. So I just love the freedom and the flesh and blood of my people more so than I do the money. You can take his show and play it right in Washington, let Nixon hear it. And I'll be happier. See, so I'm not ducking and running from nothing. And this boldness and telling the truth makes them just overshadow sports greatly.
You know, when white people start talking about you're special, you're so different. You're not like the others. You start believing that shit until the cops pull you over. You go, well, I was special. Yeah, nigga, just put your head down and keep it. I'll put a special bullet in your ass. I just don't want to get too comfortable. Brothers can't afford to get too comfortable, you know? Because that's when you become the pawn. That's when they use your ass. Anytime white people want to smooth some shit over, they go get that rich nigga and put you on TV to represent the people, you know? You have you asking your questions like, Damon, now that you made this $13 million, and we're not counting, now that you've made all this money, let me ask you this. Let me just throw this out at you. You respond any way you want. Is there racism in America? You be sitting there thinking about that paycheck, talking about, no, sir. If and there is, I ain't seen none.
Or as someone once said, shut up and dribble.
So as always, man, we have got to start standing for something, or we're gonna keep falling for anything.